Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
All of this, congratulations to the 49ers for being here. Kyle is great.
See, that's the difference that's why Dan could never be a head coach in the NFL. Because Andy Reid with class says, and like Tony Dungy would and other really classy guys go, acknowledge the loser and how tough they are and how good of a game they played and how much you respect. Dan would be, and the 49ers are over there in Loserville right now.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
That we love our girls. There's something our significant others, or our girlfriend or our wife or our fiance or the chick that you're banging or whatever the situation or the guy you're banging. I'm just saying, for us men out there, Valentine's Day sucks. It really does. It's listen, does there have to be a day that I have to give you a bunch of stuff, cards, dinners, act like anything? Come on. We've established ourselves as a really solid, couple. We don't need this formality of a holiday.
Exactly.
In Indiana, did you have Sweetest Day?
I don't even. Yeah, Sweetest Day was every day I went to the gas station and got a goddamn Snickers bar. Why is Sweetest Day only an Indiana thing?
No, it's a Midwest thing. I thought you would know what it is.
No, hell no. I mean, Dan, even when I was married, I was like, do we have to make a big deal about Valentine's Day? Do we have to? Do we have to? A dozen roses and
Which is worse, Valentine's Day or New Year's Eve?
Whoa, Valentine's Day is way worse. New Year's Eve, you're not required to do anything.
Yeah.
If you're really a pimp, listen, honey, you really want to go out? Come on.
Slept around.
Just order in some food.
Hell yeah.
Have some
food.
food.
We did.
Let's order in some food and an F.
There you go.
How about in reverse order? But
just as long as we can get both of those in.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're good. Why go to a nightclub, fight all that traffic and valet and I guess when you're driving a Ferrari and you look like Dan, maybe you do want to go out and be seen.
That's true.
But when you're driving a smart car and you look like me, you just want to go ahead and get Longhorn in takeout.
Yeah, no comment. So what are you going to do for Valentine's Day?
Do you know what Valentine's Day is to me?
Another day. Wednesday. Yeah,
February,
that's what I figured.
It's a Wednesday.
I'm in your head.
I'll tell you what I'll be doing for Valentine's Day. I'll be doing a show. Then I'll be doing a Bubba Breaks episode 3 with Kush.
Doing some blaster cards or whatever.
We're doing card blastings. I don't know, man. I got a feeling one of the reasons why Seth doesn't have anxiety is Lummy. I think he might be clipping us on this card deal. He might have roped Brian into buying them, me into being the one of the hosts, and him into managing the cards, selling the cards, and what have you,
and making all the money,
and really clipping. Right?
No. Hopefully not.
You
Dan
guys
seem like that type of guy.
Dan, what if a nurse went to you and said,
What do you mean by
Dan,
that type of guy?
Well, I guess you probably do have that parameter within some of the smaller procedures you have at your office. You probably keep a pretty good inventory of the boob jobs and everything that happens in the operating room because that's the high ticket stuff.
Right.
But the low ticket stuff, the creams and the fillers and the Botoxes and stuff like that, I know that Jennifer, the office manager, nothing's going to get by her, but a girl could maybe try to clip you on that. You know what I'm saying?
I've been clipped for 25 years on that.
Yeah, that's what
they
I'm saying.
always clip me on that. It's amazing. You know, I actually sent someone to jail because they were clipping me so bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
they were doing Saturday clinics and then keeping every dollar.
Yeah, I figured they'd probably be clipping you on the bottles. So your company's buying the bottles, and they're doing big at-home Saturday Botox parties on you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you provide. You're buying the Botox, and they're having all their 44 friends over on Saturday pulling down 2-3 G's on a Botox party, and guess who bought all the Botox?
Uncle Dan.
Diaco Plastic
Uncle
Surgery.
Dan.
Oh, yeah.
How long did that go on for before you caught him?
It's always happened.
Oh, it's happened regularly the entire time.
Yeah.
The one girl that was like literally like stealing from, like having clinics and keeping all of it, that probably went on for about 2 or 3 months, and then a patient ratted her out. They always rat them out. The patients rat them out.
Really?
Yeah, they realize, they sniff it. They're like, wait, how come she only took cash and wouldn't take a credit card?
Right.
They'll tell me like a week later.
Why'd I have to go to her house and do it? I really
Well, I
like
have to pay in ones.
I like going to Dan's office. It's really strategically located. It's a nice place. I feel like I'm in a medical setting. I feel like, people when they're getting medical procedures, we like to feel as if we're in a medical setting.
Yeah, but
not,
bored.
Not somebody's living room.
Right. Why is there a bouncer?
Dan's got, he got different things there that if something would happen, you could probably, save me there at the stuff that he's got at the doctor's office.
Right.
At least it's a doctor's office.
Right. Instead of just having, a toilet brush and
instead of doing it on the girl's love seat,
right,
with the recliner kicked back, man, yeah.
What was her defense when she got caught, or did she have any?
Is she still in jail?
No, she's not still in jail, but she did go to jail for a little bit.
Right, what was her defense? Like,
There's
oh my
no
God, I
defense.
didn't know. I was like, I was just like, yeah, I figured.
She said, yeah, I did it.
She figured, he'd order 10 bottles, I'd take 5. Hold on.
She eventually did admit it.
Hold on. Can I
After Steve talked to her.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, can I get a validation that Steve was heavily involved in the investigation of this deal?
He was heavily involved, but we let the county investigate.
I understand that, but Steve teed him up probably.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I mean, you didn't have time to sit in your office going, listen, I've ordered 82 bottles of Botex,
Oh, God,
and I've only
no.
sold 41 of them, and I don't know what the hell's going on. I got 41 bottles missing, and just this bitch over here. I got this patient that came to me and told me that she was going to her house and doing it, and she's moonlighting on Willie.
Do you know the exact number of dollars in your wallet right now?
I don't have my wallet.
0.
Why?
Just because it's like a type of thing, like how close do people really take inventory of what they have? You know what I mean? Like, how often do you
That
like,
was
really
my defense.
know?
That was my defense in the sex tapes. I'm like, I didn't go back there and check, that I had 2 or 3 sex tapes back there every day. Oh, hold on. There's only one left. Somebody's taking 2 of them. Hold on. Something's going on around here. No, I just knew that I had 3 back there. I didn't go and check on them all day. Lummy, in the back, I got some tools. I don't go back there and check every day how many
wrenches.
How many half inch
Yeah,
wrenches.
I got your sockets.
I know that I got probably 8 to 10 half inch Lummy, half inch, 7/16. Some of your real common, wrenches you tend to have more of.
Of course.
And so I probably have 8 to 10 7/16 half inch deals. But I don't know exactly how many I got, and I haven't even counted them in years.
And if you misplaced, you think you just misplaced one if you can't find it because you got 6 other.
And I really don't know how many I got.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, like Dan, does Dan have $515 in his pocket in his wallet, or does he got 910?
Yeah.
He doesn't know. He's got some hundreds in there, some 20s
In the trunk of his car?
Yeah, he's got the black card. He's got, but he can't quite. I couldn't right now, Dan, for the life. I guarantee if I said, Dan, tell me exactly how much is in your wallet, what credit card's placed where, but you don't know.
I really don't. Yeah.
Right.
And that's the thing. I literally had my wallet out and I had cash out yesterday, and I have no idea what's in there.
Yeah, I tried to. I keep my wallet in my Bubba Army tactical bag. So it's in my truck, and I don't need to bring it in here. I don't need my wallet for anything in here, and I lock my truck here. And so my tactical bag is in my trunk. But in my wallet, my wallet is in my tactical bag that's in my truck, and I don't know how much. I think I got maybe $120 cash.
Oh, nice.
Something like that. Let me. How much do you carry a lot? I don't. I usually try to have at least $100 in cash. Like I always try to at least have 100 because I figure that you always need 100 to be able to get out
really smart.
to get out of it. Get out of a jam.
Yeah.
100 can usually get you out of a jam. Like
Yeah.
I don't know.
Even an accident. Here's $100. See ya.
Yeah.
Well,
that usually
yeah.
works.
Let me. What
No,
do you usually care?
I usually carry about $50 in my truck.
Yeah.
About that. That's usually good
Dan,
enough.
what do you like? You try to keep it right on 1,000?
No, because it's too thick. So I try to keep it somewhere between like 4 and 8.
400 and 800, and mostly preferably Huns if you can.
Oh yeah, I think
Right.
right now I probably have $500 in my wallet.
Right.
If I had to bet a dollar. If I had to bet a dollar.
Question over to you. Like
Oh, zero, like a dumbass. I should probably have some cash.
you
on
don't
me.
have any money at all.
Cash? No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You should. For a girl who probably wouldn't get jammed up as hard as we were, you should probably always have at least $20.
I should.
Which I think you should always have enough to be able to fill your tank of gas.
Yep.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
definitely wouldn't be 20, but yeah, I should keep it like in my phone, like in between the actual phone and the case.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Just keep like a $20 bill
Yeah.
folded up real small in there, and it's your emergency. It's your emergency 20.
Yeah.
Rat. Oh God, I hate to even. Oh, by the way, Rat. There's poop turds, in the what used to be Manson's office. So the little wiener dog they're dried up and crustated and petrified. They're not really a big deal, but just maybe grab them one of these days.
They're petrified till you step on them, and then they're creamy in the middle.
Ew.
Jeez.
Like a Ferrero Rocher.
Did you get that, my little filthy Jen? Did you get that, love?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, no big deal. So, how much do you, cash do you usually roll around with?
$10, $20, mostly singles.
There you go.
Nice.
Mostly singles.
That's what's up.
I get more use out of those.
Yeah, and you feel like you got more until you don't, until you're down to $3. If those are 2 5s, oh man, you'd have 10. How about you, Macho Man? Just enough to get into an overnight gym facility.
I have no comment on the matter.
Oh,
Whoa, dude.
You don't even want to comment on how much cash you carry? Like, you're freaked out about that?
Afraid
How
to
many
get mugged.
protein bars could you buy?
Yeah, hold on.
Too many New Yorkers moving down here.
Hold on, let me ask you a question right now. How much are you the kind of guy that always has, like, a jug of protein in your trunk? Like,
Yeah, I have it here at work.
Yeah.
I don't keep it in the car. It's too hot.
I have many protein bars.
All places, you have access to protein 24/7.
Correct.
I think I would be willing to say.
Absolutely.
Right.
How many grams are you trying to shove down your throat a day?
Can I guess
Yeah,
before
yeah,
you?
yeah,
Can
go.
I guess how many grams of
Ooh, can
protein?
we all
you-
guess?
We're bulking now, so just to give
Okay,
you a
so
heads up.
are you bulking?
Bulking, yeah.
All right, so I'm saying 400. I'm saying 450.
I'm saying 320.
Dan,
I'm saying anything over 200 is a waste, but I hope it's.
that's not the question. I'm
Okay.
not.
He's probably doing 300.
Well, he's. Lummy.
Dan is correct.
Oh.
I was going to do 210, but Dan's correct.
All right, so
Nice.
there you go. So what you tried to hit it about 200,
3.
300.
Yeah.
So you hit 300. Rhett, did you have? We didn't even go to you for questions. I'm sorry. I figured maybe you'd be cleaning up dog poop. My bad.
Yeah, Macho's kidneys are screaming with all that extra nitrogen.
Is putting that additional amount of protein on your kidneys? Is it
Hard.
Is it hard on your protein?
It can
Is it hard
be.
on your kidneys?
Yeah, it can be. And
What's hardest on your kidneys? Alcohol?
alcohol is harder on your liver. Protein's harder on your kidneys. Like NSAIDs, like Motrin, is hard on your kidneys, but Tylenol, if you take it too much, is hard on your liver. Different things are metabolized in different ways.
Don't know if Red is capable of getting my shirt shot today, but I wanted to get little Jonathan Davenport, better known as the Superman, one of the best ever, number 49, drives the Nutrient 49 straight from Georgia. Although I think I'm wearing a shirt. He's one of my favorite. He's one of my favorite dirt late model. My dirt late model racing top 5 would be Hudson O'Neal, Devin Moran, Tyler Erb, Kyle Bronson, and Jonathan Davenport.
Oh wow!
That's my top 5. So I got shirts. When they were selling their shirts at my track, I went up to each. I'm gonna start doing this all the time. I went up to each hauler and said, "Hey, listen, it's $50 to park here because you can charge them for park. They're on your property. You're at a sporting event. They're selling merchandise. Most racetracks charge the T-shirt vendors. Eldora
take a piece.
Eldora takes 10%.
What do you take?
Nothing. I let him in do it for free. But this year I shook him down at least for a shirt.
Nice.
Okay, that's cool.
I said, "Hey, it's either $50 parking credential, or you can just give me a 3X for free. Whatever you want to do."
And most of them gave you a shirt.
There wasn't one of them. I mean,
Not one.
There was 7 trailers there, and not one of them even hesitated on what they wanted to do.
Yeah. Take this shirt.
I mean, they sell the shirts for $35. I mean, the shirts are far more expensive at the venues than than like BubbaArmyMerch.com. Have you seen our prices? How good they are? Let me please. We have great prices. But like Jonathan Davenport and Hudson O'Neill and all the boys, Devin, Tyler, Kyle. Their new shirt. This is Kyle. I'm sorry. This is Jonathan Davenport's newest shirt. 4 Speed Weeks. They're all about $35. So I mean, just right. So if they're retailing them for $35. They're probably buying them for because there's multi-colors and they're if you can see you can see the back.
And what shirts cost to make.
Yeah, and it's heavily entailed. So this shirt might cost them $8 or $9 to make, just because it's so highly entailed. And you got to gouge them when you're at the track. A lot of these people at the track probably are not very online savvy, and they don't go to JonathanDavenport.com. So the only time they can get their free the only time they can have access to buy a Jonathan Davenport shirt would be to be at the track. So knowing that as a vendor, what might be $24.99 online is now $35 at the venue, right?
Yeah.
So I think the most expensive I saw some Devin Moran and some Tyler Erb, maybe some stuff from last year that was marked down to $20, $25, right? But the newest shirt for Speed Weeks is always $35 or $40. So when I said, hey, their dead cost on that maybe $9 or $10. All right, so they got $9 or $10 in this shirt, and my fat ass rolls up and says, "Do you want to give me $50 for parking or just a free T-shirt?"
T-shirt.
I mean, even the dumbest human being known to man, like Lummy. I mean, Lummy, you're not bad on business, though.
I'd be all about that deal. My dad used to do that with parking attendants when we go to games. He'd flip a coin.
Hold on. Your dad was really that guy?
Yeah, like $20, like say $20 for the raise. You go, let's flip a coin. I'll give you 40 if you get it right, or I get in for free.
You're kidding me.
Nope.
How often they do it?
They do it every time.
Every time?
Every time, because they just go, well, you're going through. This is when they would take cash.
Yeah. So
every time.
So, man, think about this. Think about when parking attendants back in the old school, going to a sporting event deal, took cash. Think about how many times they got the vendor, how bad the venue got clipped.
Yeah. When
right?
I used to work in the Jersey Boardwalk, there was these 2 brothers that ran the parking lot right next to the place I worked, and we had a deal. Yeah. There's a deal.
There was a clip going on.
Always.
Always a clip. Who would be calling me this early?
He had a lot
By the
of
way,
pizza.
let me tell you, Lemmy, the only people that I want calling me right now, and this is 2 hours from now, because Phoenix is 2 hours behind us.
Yes.
And obviously in Phoenix, we're heard on 99.1 and 93.7. And, a lot of times we don't get a lot of Phoenix calls because we're 2 hours behind. But if I say now, Phoenix, call me. If you live in Phoenix and you're listening to me on 99.1, 93.7, and you're Bubba Army, because, we don't get any Phoenix calls because we're usually gone by the time people in Phoenix are listening to us.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is the first hour of this. This would be like at 8:20 our time. What's being heard right now will be being heard in Phoenix 2 hours from now.
Yep.
So we'll still be on the air. So I'm going to solicit for Phoenix calls from now until, whenever. See, do you think we actually got a couple people in Phoenix listening to us? The Bubba the Love Sponge show?
Of course.
Phoenix, Arizona?
Oh, yeah.
On 93.7 and 99.1. Call me. If you live in Phoenix, if you live in Phoenix, and we'll be able to tell from the area code
Yep.
or their address. Because I'm going to If you live in Phoenix right now and you can prove that you live in Phoenix either by your area code or whatever, I will send if I could get the first 10 callers from Phoenix, 888-69-BUBBA, 1-888-69-BUBBA. I'll give them a free Bubba Army T-shirt.
Does that number still work?
What?
I thought it was 813.
I'm sorry. God, I got so many numbers written down. I got, if you're in Tampa, you should listen to us on 96.7. If you're in Pinellas, 98.3. If you're in Phoenix, 99.1. If you're in Fort Walton Beach, 103.1. If you're in Tampa, there you can, again, 96.7 or 98.3, 93.7 in Phoenix. I'm just all over the road.
Yeah,
right.
Thank God we wouldn't get any calls.
It's not 1-888-69-BUBBA. It's 813-90-BUBBA. How the hell would you can just show you how fried I am. I'm just absolutely. I've been nonstop since BARP.
Jeez.
Just nonstop since BARP.
Pretty much a whole month.
And I'll be in.
It's every year for you like this.
I know this is the worst. This has just been the worst.
Really?
Well, because we have USAC 2 weeks instead of 1 week. We added a week for them.
USAC?
813-90-BUBBA. If you live in Phoenix and you can prove that you live in Phoenix, I'll get you a brand new Bubba Army T-shirt.
Nice.
And a bumper sticker. Maybe I'll throw one of those ducks in there if you got a Jeep.
And what about all the migrants in Phoenix? You want them calling?
No migrants, please. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, migrant inclusive. Yes. At 813-90-BUBBA if you live in Phoenix and you can prove via your area code or when then I'll send you a Bubba Army little swag pack for you to show your Bubba sticker, maybe a hat, maybe a shirt. I'm going to make it nice for you, you Phoenix people. Yes, who's this? Hello.
Hey, Bubba, this is Tyler out of West Virginia.
Hi, Tyler. What part of West Virginia?
Kaiser, right out on the border of Maryland.
Okay, cool. So what's going on?
Now, you guys were talking about the protein and stuff like that, and it just made me think. I had a question for Dr. Dan. My son's in 8th grade, and he's starting lifting with the high school football team, and we had a meeting the other day. And, of course, the coaches are standing in there, and they're all, we're not going to tell you to take any supplements or any of this and that, but, if you want to do – how do you feel about kids – my son's 14, just now starting to lift. How do you feel about kids taking supplements and stuff like that? I'm against it, but I don't really know. I'm not a doctor.
Hold on, sir. Let me just, before the doctor answers, by telling you, at 14 years old, your body's exploding with testosterone and all types of deals in there. Under a doctor's supervision or a guy like Dan who knows what's could hurt a kid or good for a kid, there's absolutely some stuff your kids could be taking that wouldn't hurt them at all, but would probably actually accelerate the growth process. Am I right? Like Dan, if his kid was taking a little bit of protein, a little bit of, DHEA,
maybe a little creatine, little bit.
Yeah, there's.
Okay.
So Dan, go ahead. He answered the question.
Again, I would have a nutritionist. I would talk to a nutritionist and come up with a plan that you're comfortable with, because, like Bubba said, there's a ton of supplements that are helpful but not dangerous. But there are supplements that are stressful to the body. So
there are some that you might want to stay away from or take in very, very small amounts. Don't make sure you certainly don't overdo it. But there's some that are just I wish, Dan, don't you wish that we had the nutritional information when we were growing up? Like, stay away from carbs, eat chicken. No, but
no, you're right though. You're right.
More protein, less carbs.
When did they come out with the food pyramid and the blasphemy of that
plan?
It was
like in the late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah, that's what we ate, man.
Right.
It was horrible. It was horrible advice.
The food pyramid is horrible.
Yes, it is.
You know what the food pyramid's for? Fat asses.
Well, it's for the food industry.
Well, first of all, growing up, you do need carbs, and the problem with the food pyramid was, like Bubba said, it was sort of pandering to the industry. But everyone that's growing and working out needs to have probably 1 gram to 2 grams of protein for every kilogram, or roughly 1 gram a pound as you're training. So
how much your kid weigh?
150. 150 milligrams.
How much
of protein.
your kid weigh, buddy?
I'd say probably 130, 140,
all right, so
something like that.
He should probably be eating at least that, maybe 150
grams of protein
a day.
And that means 3 to 4 times, maybe 5 times a day, because it's hard to take in more than 30 grams at once.
And you being
whole food,
and you being a parent and are being interested in this is awesome,
right?
Because you could get some information and really give your kid an edge by cooking him, making sure that he eats the right stuff at home and he's not eating a bunch of sweets and he's eating protein and he's eating lean meat and he's eating which creates creatine. There's a lot of most parents don't really care.
Yeah, they don't understand.
They don't understand, but I would contact a well-known sports nutritionalist in your area. I'm sure you can find one.
I will definitely do that because I definitely don't understand.
Yeah, it's complicated.
I don't want to put him in danger.
Right, and every supplement's different, and so it's really supplement specific. And that way you and the nutritionist can come up with a plan that's safe and that you're comfortable with and that your kid will follow. The other thing with weight training, at 14, 13, the joints aren't that strong yet. So if he gets too strong, he'll start straining himself. And so really small steps at first.
Probably.
When he's 16, he can power lift more, but at 14, it's dangerous.
Lighter weight and more reps at where he's at now. And so let's say your kid can bench, 150. Well, it'd be probably better not to do, 2 reps at 135, but instead do 15 reps at 90. Just
focus more on form and technique versus just weight.
Making sure that he knows the proper form first of all. Hopefully the coaches are
going to be
that's good.
And that'll serve him for life.
That's
awesome.
And I gotta think, Dan, that it's pretty chicken shiz now that schools probably instruct their coaches to say we're not telling you to take anything.
Yes, absolutely.
To cover their ass.
Yeah.
When realistically the coach, if he was Jimmy Cleavis or anybody who know anything about weightlifting and nutrition and what have you, or Macho Man, if they were the coach, you're like, listen, kids, you need to be taking about 1 pound, 1 gram of protein per pound that you are, no more than 30 to 35 per setting. Stay away from the sweets. Try to get as much lean meat via some cream. And then, here's a list of supplements that you can go to the the GNC store that you could, buy and take as prescribed or as directed.
I think they're wary of that because a lot of kids have allergies and stuff, so they don't.
I know.
They don't want to suggest whey, and then turns out they're lactose intolerant. Something like that.
Listen, when I was growing up, and if somebody said they had a peanut allergy, we would have clowned the hell out of him.
You would have covered in
peanut
butter.
Face.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. So anyway, buddy, the coaches really don't mean what they're saying because they're trying there and cover their ass mode via the school corporation. But what the coaches are saying are responsible parents like you who wants to give your kid a absolutely
an optimized plan.
A legal advantage. You want to give your kid a legal advantage in those that don't know about this by having the correct nutrition to help him build his muscles and get in better shape, perhaps, sooner or even stronger. So, you are a great parent. Go get a nutritionalist, have him analyze your son, and then, yes, there are quite a few of supplements that you could safely, under the direction of a nutritionalist, get your kid on that are not illegal, that are homeopathic. Right, Dan? They're all, they're not prescription stuff.
No, they're over the counter.
They're all over the counter stuff. Macho doesn't have.
That's what homeopathic means.
I'm sorry, you're right. Homeopathic is more of a home remedy, right?
Right, like a natural.
Whatever. I'm talking about over the counter. And they're not going to arrest you for having 2 jugs of Joe Weider's protein in the back of your car. You don't have to go to Walgreens to get your protein. So just stuff that you can buy, on Amazon or at your nutritional place that will really, really give your kid a huge advantage in conjunction with you and your wife kind of cooking that way as well.
I think that should be the priority before you start going to supplements, is just focusing on, good whole food that can supply your
trying to get this nutrition through food.
That should be primary before you start going to supplements, because supplements should supplement what you already have, not be the
So have them eat,
choice.
They call it clean, have the kid eat clean and responsible, trying to consume as much protein and trying to consume as much creatine, all the supplements that you could potentially have to use as in pill form If you could get that via his food,
That would be ideal.
That's optimal.
Yeah.
But then and then you sprinkle in the supplements from the deficiency of the food portion, and you could really give your kid an advantage.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate the advice, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, like, we didn't know
Trying
any
to
of
turn
that.
this kid into a bodybuilder. Like,
No, I'm just trying. I mean, that's kind of cool of a dad to say, "Hey,
Yeah.
listen, my kid's getting involved in weightlifting, so we had to coach. We had the meeting yesterday met the coaches and the kids and everything like that. The coach laid the rules down, what days we're going to lift and how we're going to lift and blah blah blah. And the topic of nutrition and supplements came up. I'm sure a dad probably asked, "Hey, coach, McGillicuddy, can my kid start taking some protein powder? What do you?" And the coach has to, because of the school system, cover his ass and say, "Oh no, we're not recommending anything like that." When realistically, the coach wants to say, "Hell yeah, there's a lot of things you guys could be doing smartly and legally that give yourself an advantage in the weight room," but they can't say that. But this guy sniffed it out, and he's going to go spend a few $100, talk to a nutritionalist, and his kid will, be that much better for it.
Yep.
Hello. Is this a Phoenix call?
Sure is.
Is it really?
Yeah, 602.
Now, how could they be listening to us? They
Rumble,
okay,
YouTube.
right?
They may wake up early.
Okay.
We have a couple people in chat doing the same thing.
Now, sir, I mean, do you ever find yourself? I should have clarified. Only call me if you're listening to me terrestrially on 99.1 or 93.7. Like if you're.
But if they're listening on the Bubba Army radio app.
Yeah,
or
Bubba
Army HQ.
I'm really trying to
stamp at his feet.
I'm really trying to accentuate that we do have listeners on 93.7 and 99.1. I know I have tons of viewers and people that watch the program digitally, from Phoenix on our very Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Bubba Army HQ. Tune in, just all the various sources. But I'm talking about terrestrially only. So, Lummy, we're going to have to make the rules terrestrially only.
That's right.
99.1 and 93.7. And I guess got to be a little bit on the honor system, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. So, anyway, sir, hello?
Prove it.
Go ahead. You're on the air. Hello?
There's our Arizona caller.
Yep.
Hello.
There you go. That's
Arizona.
He was on hold too for 15 minutes.
There you go. That's the mentality of our Arizona guys. 99.1, 93.7. Call me at 813-90-BUBBA if we're still here. If you can get us within the first 2 hours, I'll get you a Bubba Army swag pack, which is some stickers, Bubba Army hat, all the great stuff. Is that them blinking the line right now?
No, it's unavailable.
Okay.
Whatever. Everybody be cool. You be cool.
All the lawsuits in the world can't silence it. More of the Bubba the Love Sponge show after these words.
Sleep, I sweat really bad.
But I told myself I wasn't going to eat after dinner, and then right before bed I had a bowl of cereal.
Last night?
Yeah.
It's funny.
Oh, you
You just can't seem to learn. I'm the same way.
I can't know.
Why am I
like that rat that keeps getting shocked. Stop hitting the button, dumbass.
Why am I doing this to myself?
I know. It's fucking stupid. All right. Yep. Going so much better. Yeah. What's up, Brian from Philly? Stacy G, Group of Lips, Security Powers, Iggy, Brian from Philly.
What's up, Trickus of Knees?
Tricky in there.
Piz Hours.
He's doing really well.
I'm watching on YouTube right now.
Good morning.
I'm on the runs. Introduce music there.
I appreciate it. Rudy from Florida, good morning. Hold on, kids. Back there. It's in the lap. Get those Arizona colors. What's up, Group of Lips? Caviar tacos, good morning. Duke, Jay Gator, 44, Van Orlando, Morning, Sluzair. Yinzer.
Oh, it's Leslie.
Just like saying it.
Yeah.
Maybe short sugar.
What's up, Yinzer? In Florida.
Most
Well, that's just
obscure
fun all day.
song on my phone.
What's up, Mike Hodge? What's up, Mike Hodge?
Group of lips.
Lummy?
Lummy's not here. Is there something I can help you with?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lummy has returned. What's up, Nick the Gun Guy?
Hey, Lum.
Yes, what?
Make sure we air check the bet when I go to my Bet DSI deal.
No problem.
Get them. I think that's added value they love.
Yep. Did you hear your new parody song?
Thank you for the air checks yesterday, by the way.
No problem.
I'm gonna also talk about Randy from Skag.
Okay.
That was the most random thing on my phone. What's up, Nick?
What
FR
causes
2B.
hiccups?
What's that? It's not Nick of R2B. It's not.
Nick of R2B?
Yeah, who's that?
Nick of R2B.
Nick of R2B.
Yeah, it's Nick of R2B.
What is a hiccup?
That's not Nick the Gun Guy.
No, I know. It's Nick the guy. It's
It's Nick of R2B though.
Who is he?
Spasms.
Joe? Who is it?
Nick.
It's Nick.
It's a Nick.
It's Nick. Okay, hey, Nick.
Morning, Super John.
Like Beaver.
Good morning, Duck Hunts Mistake.
Nick of R2B. What the fuck is R2B? Rise to real brutality.
Oh, nice. Nick.
Oh, Nick of Rise to Brutality. Okay. Well, that's cool in R2B. What kind of band is it?
What's up, Group of Lips? Somebody goes, Travis, good
70s.
morning.
It's a Bee Gees cover band.
Bee Gees?
You know, Little Bee Gees, Little Village People.
That's it, Robert. I don't think you'll...
Let's get down to business.
If you were locked away in an insane asylum.
Maybe it's time you let me get on with my job.
This is what it would sound like.
I don't think that Americans would find that funny.
No, it is not a joke.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Hello. Let me see here. Things to do, some general housekeeping. Did you know that February was Heart Health Month in the United States, and more than half of the U.S. population would absolutely benefit from blood pressure support. I'm not trying to upset super beats or anything, Lummy, by saying that getting into the immigration political game, but I got to think that almost every immigrant that entered into our country would probably like to have some super beats too.
Oh, I'm sure they
right?
would. Oh, yeah.
They need heart health.
Lower
They got,
the
a
blood pressure.
they got a very long journey ahead of them. Poor little things.
And they can reseal the bag so it'll stay fresh during the whole journey.
Exactly.
You can
Super
start
beat.
all the way down in Panama and make it to California
With
without
your-
having any problems with your Super Beats staying fresh.
because your bag is resealable, so you could eat one, pop 2 or 3 of them in that long journey that you got. Boom, your heart would actually be stronger and healthier when you got to USA. In fact, if I was Super Beats, I'd start handing them out like in Costa Rica.
Right, exactly.
For everybody that's making the trip. That way you got a strong heart by the time you get to America, my friend. 1, from the cardio that it took to get here, and 2, you've supported it with some Super Beats.
And a coyote with Super Beats is a happy coyote.
There you go. It's the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended way to support healthy blood pressure. And they even promote heart-healthy energy without the stimulants. Paired, where's my thing? There we go. Let me. I ran out of time. I'm just going so crazy over Super Beats. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beats are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. Support your heart health with Super Beat Heart Chews. Get a free month supply of Super Beat Heart Chews. And on all bundles, and you're also going to get a big $25 value bag full of what, Lummy?
Turmeric.
Thank you. It all starts and stops by going to BubbaLovesBeats.com. There's somebody that's going to go right now and order these things because we smashed the hell out of them. We love them, and they're a great client, and they work. Get this exclusive offer, again, only at BubbaLovesBeats.com. Lummy, we have our little mybookie.com little thingy, my thingy here.
Yeah.
And so yesterday I was feeling so good because I got $6,000 in my account. By the way, you can go to mybookie.com and log in and get and become a member, and sign up for it. Sign up. Go to mybookie.com. I think they have a promo code Bubba where you can put Bubba in there, and they add to your deposit or something like that. So I had $10,000 in my. Now we don't know if this. In fact, we know for a fact that they never do give us our money. This is just for us to.
But wait a second, Bubba. Have you ever ended? I mean, you've blown it eventually. You've never ended with like 50 grand in your account and said, "Hey, I want to cash out."
No, right? No, I mean, the ongoing endorsement is I don't think they're ever gonna have an opportunity where I get a quote unquote cash out. I think they always just keep money in my account so I can navigate through the site and show people, But maybe we should just say, hey, mybookie.com. Why don't you give us some real money?
Cash out now. Try to cash out now.
We've tried to cash out when we were at 130,000 and they laughed at us.
Yeah.
So Lummy went on and put a whole bunch of prop bets for the Super Bowl and lost 3 of my 10 grand.
Yes.
By the way, don't forget mybookie.com promo code Bubba. So then last night I had like 7 grand in my account and I was feeling good. And the Pacers have been doing pretty good lately.
Basketball?
And, yeah. And the Hornets, Charlotte Hornets, that Michael Jordan just sold, they've only won 11 games. They're the worst team in the league.
Yeah, they're not the best team.
By far.
No.
Indiana's one of the better teams in the East. So you're like, okay, you got you got top 4 team in the East going after the ass bucket of the East. 9.5 points doesn't seem like that big a deal, right?
Yep.
So I threw 1,000 down on the Pacers. No big deal. And giving up 9. The Hornets beat the Pacers by 9.
The problem is, nowadays with the NBA, they sit them a lot.
They set the guys a lot.
Yeah, the starters. Sometimes you don't know who's going to play. It's like a game day decision.
All right. Well, anyway,
if the game's looking like a blowout, you'll get some of the stars that just sit out and don't play. just a reserve energy.
How bad is it that you getting blown out by the team that's won 11 games?
Well, Bubba, they got the All-Star break coming up here, so they got to be definitely rested.
That's the thing, too, is that it's like a 50-50 shot on if a guy feels like trying before the All-Star break.
Can you imagine? I mean, that's even the way the coaches have to coach nowadays. You got to walk up to your star player. Was it Halliburton or something? One of the Pacers.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, Halliburton. Do you feel like playing tonight, buddy? You know, you're on the All-Star team. It's coming up here soon. These guys have only won 11 games. Our reserves might be able to do it. Man, I ain't playing tonight, dog. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Yep. Take it off today, buddy.
Like back then, I mean, tell Larry Bird that you'd smash you in the mouth. Like I gotta play. I don't want any time off. Taking time off is a punishment to me. Hello.
Hey, what's up, big dog? King Sponge. What's up, big dog?
Yeah. Okay. Good. What's going on? What's up, big dog? Sponjo, big dog. What's going on?
Hey, big dog. King Sponge. It's Bobby, bro. It's Bobby.
Yeah, kicks for guns.
Oh, okay. Kicks for guns. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's Bobby. Okay, last time I called you in September, I was 275. I'm down to 206, big dog.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Probably all through. Probably all through. You're just like you're intermittent. You're on a Hummel-based intermittent fasting.
Yes. Well, I don't like to talk to Anna on her show, but yes, I did listen to her advice. I get 16 to 18 hours between meals. Now, I won't tell Anna that. I will not let her get that enjoyment. But yes. Yeah, okay, so
oh man, you really hate Anna. I mean, you won't even throw the bitch a bone. She's the one that she's the one that hold on, no. Shut up, numbnut. She's the one you didn't know about intermittent fasting prior to listening to the show.
Oh man.
Did you?
Well,
let's just hold on, numbnuts. Hold on. You're pissing me off. Shut up. Answer my questions. You hear me? Let's quit trying to take over the conversation and try to be all shticky and all funny and stuff. I'm going to ask you some simple questions. You're going to answer them, okay? Without trying to be a comedian.
Yes,
you ready?
Yes, sir.
One,
yes, sir. Yes,
how
sir.
long have you listened to the program?
About 14 years.
Okay. Two, and in all the years of listening to the program and all your years of life, had you ever heard about intermittent fasting, but maybe heard about it but took interest in it?
Joe Rogan and Anna wouldn't quit.
You didn't answer my question.
You said you first heard it from Joe Rogan, and then Anna just kept blasting it.
Okay, so you first heard it from he cut out. I couldn't quite understand what he said. So you first heard it from Joe Rogan, but Anna really drove it home for you.
She drove it home.
All right, so for you to get on,
for lips, $100 snipe.
Sorry,
good snipe.
Respect the snipe.
Yeah, we do have to. We got to. I mean, we got to
respect the snipe.
We got to, and we're low on money, man. We'll take anything at
Sure.
this point, man. It's been a horrible month. We've taken a lot of time off because I have to because of my other business. It's just something that I do. Februaries are always slow for us anyway, just because one, Lummy, you have the BARP hangover.
Yes.
Most people came to BARP and just spent all kinds of money with strippers and buying Heather Wiz's underwear and just all the things that, you know, and a lot of people went out and to the Hard Rock, which, listen, I'm not trying to deter anybody from the Hard Rock, but I've never known anybody to really win big there. Like, every person I know gets their ass cleaned at like, let me, are the odds different? Are they like what?
T-shirt World 20 on the Cash App. No, the thing is that once you're in there and it's the only game in town, the people just don't leave. They get sucked in.
Yeah, and Indigenous Americans are very lucky.
Yeah, like obviously it's a normal casino, no windows, but those old people just sit in there and they just play and play and play.
Well,
and
so eventually you get killed.
Yeah.
The whole premise of gambling is that the house has an advantage. So unless you have a little insight, like you're sports betting and you understand the teams, you can go against the odds. It's just random. And if you do it over time.
Not only on the sports betting deal, but just mostly on the gaming. You know,
but not blackjack. You can literally beat the odds in blackjack by playing correctly.
Yeah, well, most people don't know how to play correctly.
You do.
So
You're getting better at it.
I wasn't too good on my Indiana Pacers versus Charlotte
you're betting on a
gimmicks.
fixed NBA with a bunch of pansy snowflake woke bitches playing basketball.
All right,
That's
great.
why.
So I'm on mybookie.com right now, promo code Bubba, and I would like to get Rhett involved because I got $6,000 to blow.
Let's go.
Right?
That's a good way to look at it.
So I want to blow it, and I want to show you how to navigate through mybookie.com. Use promo code Bubba, and how simple it is, and all the prop bets, and just I'm in the sports book now, but I could be in the live betting, I could be in the casino, I could be in the live casino, I could be on Lotto. They got NASCAR racing. I could be anywhere. There's all types of different places. There's thousands of different combinations of ways to gamble and or bet online with mybookie.com. We are currently but within the sporting section limit. They got NBA, they got NHL, they got the UEFA champion, I'm thinking soccer league.
Yeah.
They got the Daytona 500.
They got horse racing.
They got
out there.
NCAA basketball. They got like I said, hockey, NBA. They got it all.
MLB's coming up, so you got that. You got the golf going on.
Rat, I'd like to throw a G-ball on tonight's Lightning Bruins game. Now, here's some things to consider. One, the Bruins are I think have the best record in hockey.
Yeah.
And two, it's at the Bruins, I think. And three, the Bruins. What's the head-to-head this year? Bruins Lightning. Rat, off your head.
I have no idea.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, I know that I saw something like one time they beat us 6-0 or something, and
then we came back and won in Boston.
And we came
right
back.
now we
right now, give our last my.
We're 1-1 against Boston this year.
Okay, but what kind of streak are we on? Are we on out of the last
one game? Last 10?
Yeah, I think we're 8-2 in the last 10.
7-3.
Damn,
they're close.
Weren't they missing Vasilevsky the first part of the season?
They were.
Yeah, they looks like they beat Boston.
But then they didn't. Sergachev get hurt.
He did. So he worked pretty hard to come back and then broke his leg.
Yeah.
In that first game back. So he's on injured reserve
forever.
Tanner Jeannot is also on injured reserve with a lower body injury.
So we played.
Did you see the 91 coil up though on a couple days ago on the left side?
Always.
It's going about 900 mile an hour. I don't know why though. If you're the team that's playing against the Lightning, and the Lightning got a power play or something like that, or they just you can just see that 91 starting to go kind of inch over to that red little right above the red circle on the goalie's right side, the ice's left side, and the Lightning over there, passing around, being all cute like the the Harlem Globetrotters, and they're good. You got to know that they're going to somehow sneaky pass it over to him, and the 91's going to be coiled up like a cobra, and he's not even going to have to stop the puck. He's going to just redirect the puck in a 110-mile-an-hour one-timer that I think I don't know, how many goals? Is he over 500 goals now?
I believe so.
Yeah, he's deadly on that side. I don't know why all teams just put all four guys over there and build a wall. They should just build a wall again right there, and then just put one other dude. Put like three guys over on just building a wall on Stamkos' size, and then have the other two dudes just trying to cover the rest of the net. Keep a stick on the guys out there passing around. Jesus. He's deadly. God.
Yes, he is. That
So
sounds
anyway,
awesome.
I'd like to bet. I'm on mybookie.com. I'd like to bet tonight. I'd like to bet 1,000.
On Lightning?
Isn't it really fun acting like you got money?
Yeah.
It's so fun. Really is.
So you're gonna bet on? Are you gonna bet on the Lightning?
I'm betting on the Lightning.
Okay, good for you.
Don't forget we're getting a puck and a half.
Yeah, so Lightning plus 1.5. There's some good money and good odds on that too.
Seth Wiley 25.
So let me show me how I do this.
Just click on 1.5. So you get the minus
Right
180.
here,
Those aren't
boom.
the best odds for us, but
What do you mean that's the best odds?
we get a goal and a half.
Where's my?
So you go to bet slip.
Okay. So let me see. I gotta take the bet slip. Okay.
Yeah. And then
I put my money in here.
Yep.
$1,000.
Yep.
Boom. And then you guys don't do the accept odd changes and or use free play.
I would.
No, I ain't.
180s. Yeah, 180s high, but
Okay. So continue bet. Yes, Lummy, we have to continue to bet. Okay.
so both games I'm looking at now. We were talking
Should
about
we
the over and
go to the
under.
props?
Yeah, we could go. I was going to say because
how do you go to the over and under? You go to the money line or the total?
That's the over, yeah.
Yeah, total.
All right,
and
so
then I think we were both like in the under on 6.5.
because the first game was 5-4 at home in overtime, and then they just played at Boston. It was 7-3.
Yeah, you got to like the over on that.
Both have been.
Okay, there's the over. Now we go to the bet slip. Should we throw maybe 500 on the over?
Yeah, that sounds good.
500. Dan loves to play it. This is not my money.
Yeah.
He can be a high roller. Because, Dan, this is how you be betting, high roller style. Now, let me, what else? What's the plus? What's the minus 160 and the plus?
That's the money line if you think the Lightning are going to win straight up.
Oh, I do. I think they're going to win straight up. So now I go to my bet slip. We're all in on the Lightning
We sure
here.
are.
So now, but if I would hit,
we get a nice payday.
I mean, if the Lightning would win, if the Lightning win, total goals are 7, and I win all 3 bets.
Yes.
And what would that be?
Let's see. It was 5-12. So you'd win 1,700.
On
$1,700
Well,
you get the $2,000 back, and then it's a profit of $1,700 because you got
okay.
minus 180. The juice is higher on the points.
Whatever he just said. How about NASCAR? They got NASCAR already up here.
Bubba Wallace.
Let me see. Don't tell me they got. Okay, who they got as a favorite?
Ryan Blaney. No.
For the whole championship?
No, Denny Hamlin.
Just the 500?
Denny Hamlin. This is just the race. Denny Hamlin plus 1,000. That's because he's won it so many times.
But it looks like Ryan Blaney right now is the.
Let's pick.
You can do top 3.
No, you go and find one of these guys here because the Daytona 500 sometimes it's just all about luck. It really, really, really is. It's just.
But it's going to be a quiet guy, a guy you don't know, but on a good team.
But if
it's got to be this guy has to have a good car. It's got to be a guy that's like a Hendrick driver or a Gibbs driver.
Jimmy Johnson's plus 5,000.
Oh, he's making a comeback?
Well, yeah, he is. Jimmy Johnson is making it, and maybe that's not a bad bet because he's a 7-time champion. Now, granted, he's in lesser equipment now, but Dan, that doesn't take his ability and skill set and knowledge away, right?
Yeah, but is this year like in the?
I think he's driving.
In the
for
restrictor plate racing, is it better to be in a
Fred's feed store or something?
But in the restrictor plate racing, is there an advantage this year to the Chevys or to the Fords or to the Dodges?
They don't really know. They haven't got out there and they haven't gone out there.
Heard that one yet?
Well, no, they haven't even started qualifying yet, so we don't really know. No cars have been on the track yet because I think they get there this week. I think the Daytona festivities start like tomorrow or today. So like in the next day or two, we'll kind of have a better idea as to which one had. Listen, in the way that the Chevys or the Fords or the Toyotas have advantage, it's not through motor, because they all basically have the same the same horsepower. That's what NASCAR. One of the things that NASCAR did is they turned it into a crate motor program.
Mm-hmm.
So the motors are, instead of being back in the day when Tony Stewart and all the other, up until like 5 years ago, NASCAR, the engine builders would build their own engines and they would make about 850 to 900 horsepower. And they would build different motors for different type of engines. Super speedway motors would be different than short track motors. You know what I'm saying? And so, but now, Dan, NASCAR just gives you, like, if you're a Toyota, you have to have a Toyota crate motor, and they're all about 500. They've taken the horsepower down to 550 horsepower now. So, the advantage that you could potentially see here in the next day or two when they start running, the Toyotas are a little faster than the Fords are slower than the Chevys are the fastest, whatever it may be. Because Dan, that's the scuttlebutt that starts to be like, man, the Chevys must have done their offs because all the
right, because usually one of the marks is faster than the other two.
Right. Well, and there's 3 brands in NASCAR. And one of them, and here's what it's all from. I know Tony. I talk to him quite a bit about racing. It's all about, and Lummy, we talked about it a little bit when he was on the show.
Yeah.
And it's about wind tunnel testing.
It's all aero.
But now NASCAR is regulating that now. So trying to even further, not for a manufacturer to have just truly to true the game up. So like they may say, listen, all Ford teams or Ford, you're allowed 500 hours of wind tunnel testing.
Are they like putting restrictions on like the range of your drag coefficient? Like it can't be lower than 0.25 and it can't be higher than 0.3 or something like that?
They'll have body template. They have body template measurements, and that could create this or that. But
so as long as you stay within the box, it doesn't matter what your results are.
No.
As long as you stay within their parameters and use that limited time in the wind tunnel.
Let me give you an example. One of the reasons why people feel that this is just an ongoing urban legend. Okay, I don't know this to be true, but it makes sense. If all teams have access to wind tunnels, then they're going to get. And I heard that NASCAR really concentrates on the right front fender because that's the one that's punching through the air on the top side. And they say they really pay a lot of attention. There's 4 or 5 different, like the hood line area, the downforce off the back full spoiler, the right front fender going into the wind. Like there's 5 or 6 points, Dan, that they really have through the years figured out they can get an advantage on. Well, now NASCAR says you all can only spin the same. If the number's 500, then it's 500. So, Toyota back in the day or Chevy back in the day, it sounds like somebody's farting. Did you guys hear that?
I think it was squeaky leather.
They would say, we don't care. If you got a wind tunnel, run it. Who cares? And some people would, spend thousands and thousands of hours in the wind tunnel, and that's where they would get these advantages in Daytona. But now it's even harder to get a wind tunnel advantage when you're not allowed any more wind tunnel time than the next guy.
Well, wind tunnel time is very expensive, and this happened in Formula One racing because Ferrari has their own wind tunnel at their factory.
Yeah.
And so it was cheap for them, and so they spent tons of time in the wind tunnel, and then they started, like you said, restricting the amount of time you're allowed to use the wind tunnel.
Right, because they're honest to God. They're like, I've heard they could be up to $1 million a session in a wind tunnel if you truly are, because Dan, the technology you have to, you're just not putting a car in a paint booth and turning some fans on.
No,
the facility, wind tunnels, I think, cost $20 or $30 million
or more. I'm sure they cost even more now. And the beautiful thing about a wind tunnel, it's 3 things. First of all, it's consistency. Second of all, the wind is actually like laminar flow. It stops the turbulence going into the front of the car, so it's actually smooth wind.
And they make it so that you can see the
right.
wind.
There's like smoke in it.
Right.
And then the third thing is they often have treadmills on the bottom, so the car is actually like moving over a surface.
Right, or a 7-post shaker. I don't know if they can do a 7-post shaker
with a 7-post shaker.
Well, you see, that shows you what you don't know about racing.
Well, I don't know what was 7-post shaker.
About 10 years ago,
I know
about 10 or 12 years ago, NASCAR, some company designed a thing called a 7-post shaker, and NASCAR, you put your car on this robotic machine that's have 7 posts, and it's analyzing all 4 tires and then 3 other parts of the car, and they program like Daytona 500 laps, and they run a race, a complete race with this car on the 7-post shaker. It takes like 2 hours or an hour to run the race, and then they have all the data as to what that car did. And in the program that they put in, Dan, is the exact replica surface of Daytona, from texture to potholes to everything. And is that car truly animatedly computerly ran the Daytona, ran the race.
They use it for IndyCar now too.
And so then they can look at Dan, shock wear, A-frame,
suspension load,
everything.
It's interesting.
And so, I guarantee you that
I sent you 2 examples.
That F1 has their version of a 7-post shaker to the point where it probably makes. It sounds pretty, entailed. The F1, because Dan, everything in F1's better.
Yeah, certainly more expensive.
Everything. Which one should I run? Let me both of the top or the
well,
bottom.
the NASCAR one, the second one shows it like the whole entire and how the air, and they do it for like 3-4 minutes. The other one's NASCAR kind of explaining
Can
it.
you show me? Can you show me what an F1 7-post shaker? Look now. Have you found me a 7-post shaker yet?
Oh no, I was looking at it up.
Right, find me a 7-post shaker if you could. Here, hold on.
In NASCAR, we hear a lot about aerodynamics and wind tunnel testing. Well, welcome to a wind tunnel. Wind shear in Concord, North Carolina.
See, Dan, they have their own businesses. Like, just like, you just a lot of shops do build them in their shop, which is really expensive.
I sent you the 7-post shaker.
But, most of them have to take it to a company called, Wind Shear.
What makes wind shear special? Every wind tunnel is different. This is a rolling road wind tunnel.
That's the treadmill.
Yeah, Dan, that's what you were speaking about.
I
So,
sent the NASCAR one first. The 7-post shaker.
yeah,
I sent that too.
Is
I got it.
just like it sounds, a tunnel of air, a tunnel of wind. Here at Wind Shear, the air really moves in a circle. Low speed.
Don't forget, if you live in Phoenix, call me if you're listening to me on 99.1 or 93.7. 813-90-BUBBA. And if this is, let me like this, they only got about like an hour.
Yes.
And we'll be off the air because there's a 2-hour difference. And I'll get you a Bubba swag pack. We want to know if there's anybody listening to us on 99.1 or 93.7. Maybe we could have them take a picture of it and send it to our Facebook Messenger.
Yeah, there you go.
And then we could actually post it that, hey, we had 5 people in Phoenix, which equals the math of, we're in 10th place.
Other areas, but here in the test section, where the race car is, the air gets squeezed into a Venturi and sped up to nearly 175 miles an hour. When I talk about rolling road, what is that?
See, now, Dan, they even do wind tunnels for bicyclists, like for the Tour de France. They'll put them in a wind tunnel so to see where they put their arms and the helmet placement and the type of suit that they wear and the type of pedals. I mean, don't they do that? They do all of that, don't they?
Yes, they do. All of it.
This silver.
Do they do wind tunnel on like marathon joggers on how you could put your hands?
They do wind tunnel on sprinters. I don't think they do it on marathon runners.
Right.
But I've seen wind tunnel work with high speed sprinters to try to optimize their.
So
their
they would
drag.
be like, okay, you know what, you stay down until your 15th step, and then at step 17 you start going up.
Lean more or less.
Yes.
It's huge with cycling.
I'm sure it is.
Platform right here. This is actually a belt.
I mean, it's huge with it. I mean, it's anything racing related, man. Seems like now it's down to the wind tunnel.
Yeah, with cycling, the wind starts becoming 80% of your resistance, and your body is probably 2/3 of that. So body position in cycling is critical.
Right.
Steel belt that will move.
That's why I never could be a bicyclist. I got a lot of mass.
That's why I like biking behind you.
I do create an air dam, do I not?
Yeah, you sure are great to draft from.
So
I can
while
bump
this
draft
car
you all
won't
day.
move, the tires will spin and the ground below it will move. That makes it as accurate as possible. What's measured
Wow, that's high dollar stuff there, is it not?
Wind tunnel, well, all of the aerodynamic properties, downforce, drag, side force, everything that makes cars drive good, drive bad, makes drivers happy.
I mean, so like Dan, Ford could be working side force, and if the right front fender within the template is in 1/64th of an inch. Or even probably more precise than that, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's, angled at a certain way within the NASCAR template, 1/64th of an inch, and it still is within the template, and they pick up 0.5 resistant willies, that's an advantage.
Makes drivers disappointed. How is it measured? Well, it's complicated, but the simple way to look at it is this. You see this instrumentation right here.
We're on the wind tunnels, ladies and gentlemen.
This is measured to the front wheel, so it can measure the loading on the car itself.
I mean, Dan, it sounds like this is pretty extensive. This is pretty extensive.
Other areas you don't see is underneath this belt is a scale. Kind of just like your bathroom.
That's the bottom of the basement area. Dan, think about how much these wind. I think I heard 25-30 million.
Scale just way
that sounds
fancier.
right.
The more load on the car means more downforce. The less load on the car means less downforce. All of that information, the downforce, the numbers, it's fed into here, the control room. Inside the control room, there's an operator of the wind tunnel actually running the wind tunnel. Engineers are crunching the numbers. They're seeing if what they thought was going to happen really happened. Are they making gains? Are they adding downforce? Are they losing drag? It can be just making sure the...
See, isn't it unfortunate that that's what racing has turned into now? It's just not, Tony Stewart, taking on Dale Jr., who's got the better skill set. They both got 900 horsepower of motor that they can't hook up to the ground. That they both got the same size spoiler, but neither one of the cars, were put on a 7-post shaker and ran a complete race. And, neither one really has that big of an advantage. It just comes down to who's got the better skill set, right?
Yes.
Now the person that has the better skill set may not be the winner just because he's had such lack of the equipment. Now means it used to be a driver and all the cars were kind of the same or whatever. Now it is the cars are, they're like, it's just unbelievable the amount of data. It's like the guys don't even really have to, drive them anymore. They're so just stream aired and here is this the 7-post shaker right here, Lummy?
Yes.
So this is what they do, Dan. So this like when a guy gets in his car, I mean, this car's been tested. Back in the day, you just get in your car, you'd be like, I hope the guy's all tightened all the bolts up. you know what I'm saying? I hope my right A-arm is tightened so that when I go into turn 1 at a 210 miles an hour, that the bolt's not loose.
Tire falls off.
Help the guy that put the tire in, that beaded the tires better. My tires are beaded correctly. Got a lot of side force at 210 when I'm going into turn 2. Now I'm getting into a spaceship that's been so highly tested that it's already ran a 500-mile race. My car, the chassis that I'm driving now, has already ran a race on the track that I'm at. And my engineers were able to make the necessary adjustments to better myself and make my car the fastest. I mean, my Lord, that's a huge advantage when you're rolling it right off the hauler, and that's your starting point. Right? I mean, right, Dan? I mean, usually in normal racing, your starting point is you put the setup on in the shop and you go for hot laps and maybe the track has changed, the car's different, then you make some adjustments. You say, I'm a little tight getting in, but free coming out to the middle. Your crew chief turns a few wrenches, puts a new spring in the back, Now it's doing, hey, don't even worry about it, man. The computer says that this is what we need. Don't worry about it. Just the car, and the car's that good from day one. That's why NASCAR racing sucks now, because they took the driver out of it and put technology in it.
Is that why dirt track racing's way better?
That's why dirt track racing's the best.
That's right.
There's no way you can control those monsters.
No.
Please. When you're never straight and your ass end is sliding out nonstop all the time, and you have to turn almost 60 degrees right in order to get your car to enter into a left-hand big sweeping turn, you have to turn your wheels 60 degrees to the right, snap them to the right in order to get that car to turn. Now that is just nonsense right there.
And you're on dirt too.
Yeah, traction so variable.
Let me try to find me Flo from last weekend at the track.
Yep.
This is what they call us. Oh, what's up, Shorty?
Oh,
Dan, here's this 7-post shaker that most NASCAR teams have. Now, this was shot. This was shot back when Tony was still driving.
Look at that smoke.
So this is Tony's car actually on the 7-post.
Hey, NASCAR Nation! I'm Courtney Hansen here at the state-of-the-art Stewart Haas Race Shop. The saying goes, you win and lose races in the shop. Well, that holds true.
Isn't it kind of funny, Lummy? We're not trying to say we're important or nothing, but just think the guy that owns this place right here, the guy that owns this place, hard telling what that shop's worth.
Cool looking building.
Maybe $25 million or something. That guy is our friend and comes into the studio and just shoots the crap with us.
Great.
Isn't that cool?
That is super cool.
Stewart Haas Race Shop.
He owns all that. That's all his right there.
The saying goes, you win and lose races in the shop. Well, that holds true in more ways than one for this team. They have a great asset that makes them the envy of the competition.
Here we watch, Dan.
It may not look like much, but many races have been won right here. Let me explain. Back when NASCAR first started, the setup of the car was...
By the way, let me, Susan Poitras 50 on somebody finally broke the PayPal cherry.
Thank you.
John Kostika threw me 100 yesterday at the Bubba Army. We're down to Cash App and PayPal. Venmo pending. We don't know what the hell is going on. But
Thank you guys.
Cash App and PayPal. February has been slow. Let me. Hopefully next Friday's Bubba 199 will be brisk.
Oh, I'm sure it will.
And you probably need to start, lining up because I like to know who's coming.
Okay.
I did tell you that I won't be able to be there.
Oh, that's right.
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 Why do you sound so happy about it?
Because I'll have an extra mic from
okay.
position.
Sorry.
So isn't this where Macho Man was going to spin? Macho, are you spinning for Bubba 199 on Friday? Next Friday, you said that you were going to spin.
Everyone has to take Molly though.
So, Mach, if you want to spin, tell me you're going to spin. But if you don't want to spin, you don't have to. If you're nervous or something, I'll whip together something. Anna, at least
I'll put together a playlist.
Just put me together a playlist.
It's not a problem.
Mach, what say you, Mach?
Next Friday, the 23rd.
Mach.
Hello.
Is he back in the rack there, Rhett?
Put the dumbbell.
Super set.
When he has an opportunity, Rhett, ask him if he's planning on DJing for next Bubba 199.
Are you nervous?
No, I'm not.
It's extremely basic and was considered an afterthought as teams relied on their drivers' skills.
That's how they used to drive right there, Lummy.
As years went by, folks realized making adjustments to the car itself could make a huge difference. But they were never able to test those changes until they got to the racetrack. That is, until the 7-post shaker rig was invented. I'm here with Stewart Haas competition
Zippy
director Greg Zipadelli. Greg, what's the 7-post?
You should have heard. I can't tell you that Mattis and Zippy ever got a Tony story. They used to fight like cats and dogs.
Oh, really?
Because, well, part of Zippy's crew chief and part of his job description with him when he worked for Gibbs, when Tony drove for Gibbs, the number 20 Home Depot car. Tony was really, really, really a tough person to, he was a hard ass, mad as hell, wanting to fight everybody at all times. He would throw fits. Well, sometimes he'd be throwing at the car. He'd be driving the car, and he'd be like, "Zippy, just want to let you know this car sucks. It's just I can't get in. It's tight. It sucks. I'm glad." And then Tony would make it personal. He would say, "There's actually audio of this, Lummy. There's actually audio of this. I guess the crew went out the night before to like the state fair or to like out to a bar.
Did something fun.
The crew as a group, instead of sitting in the hotel rooms having to get up at 4:30 in the morning to be in the garage, they decided to go out one night and have a little bit of just a little fun together. And Tony found out about that, so he got on the radio. He's like, "Yeah, Zippy, this is listen. My car is absolute junk. I cannot get this thing to turn. I'm just getting." This was during practice. They practiced like on Thursday. "I am just getting freight trained. I'm glad that you and the boys wanted to go out to the state fair last night and worry about that and not give me a good car because my car sucks. Quite frankly, I'm pulling in and going back to my bus, and you guys work on it a few hours and let me know when you got it roughed in because this thing sucks." And then Zippy would have to kind of try to calm him down, be like, "Tony, we kind of got an idea. We feel like we need to take a half around on the left before you flip out and go to the bus. Just can you let us make a few little tweaks here? I think we can get you close." He wouldn't be like Dan, be like, "Listen, bitch, you're gonna drive the car because that's what Joe Gibbs wants you to do. So quit being a little bitch because you can't drive a car very good today. Maybe it's you. Maybe you didn't get enough sleep last night from all the freaks he had over your bus. About that."
Bitch.
So the only time that you're pulling in, bitch, is when you're going to come in here and we're going to put the car on jack stands and make about 5 minutes of adjustments. Just stay in the car there, bitch. And if you're thirsty, I'll have one of the people bring you a Gatorade. Otherwise, I'm getting J.D. Gibbs on the phone. But here's the bad thing. Tony was such a slinging D. Like he carried so much weight, Dan, because he was so good.
He's huge.
He was so good, and Gibbs knew what he had. That when Zippy or somebody would call J.D. Gibbs, who was the president, who since he's God bless his soul, he died. He died of cancer, but he was Joe Gibbs' son, and he ran Gibbs Racing. Joe Gibbs is the boss, but kind of more just like he didn't do the day-to-day operations as much as JD Gibbs. So JD's the boss. He's the boss's boss. He's the president of the whole deal. Here's how much of a sling and D Tony was, is Tony would do something so mad to piss off Zippy or somebody, that they would go to JD for JD to come reprimand Tony, and JD would just say, "Hey, listen, that's Tony. You're just going to have to. I'm not going to go down there and ruffle his feathers up. It's just going to get him more freaked out. You know that he gets freaked out. You know that he's a hothead. But if we go down there and I start, making a big deal about this, he's going to get more flipped out over that and get mad at me, and then probably have his head in the game this Saturday when we need when we need to win because we have Bob Nardelli, the president of Home Depot, going to be there. So Tony has to be in the right mind frame. So right?
Yes.
So that's what they would do. They wouldn't even they just let Tony be a monster,
right.
like a little kid. Just
it worked for him.
Yeah, it did. It certainly did.
Well, it's just
you got to know how to manage talent.
Hey, he owns this. And then how odd is that? He goes on from not an unmanageable talent, but a tough talent to manage to being an owner. That guy goes on to be an owner of a 4-car team, right?
That's awesome.
And he has to, he's a hothead, but he's got to be the boss man.
It makes sense though, because if you've never been a race car driver, then being an owner without having that experience, I think you're at a disadvantage to someone like Tony, who's spent so many years, in the trenches.
Oh, I agree. I mean, Tony certainly brings an advantage. So here's
just like if you had a head coach that never played the game, you'd respect him less than a head coach with 3 Super Bowl rings.
Right. Well, kind of the Deion effect.
Right.
Yeah.
Kids can't say, Nick Saban, God bless his soul, and he's retired. But Nick Saban wasn't, didn't go to the NFL Pro Hall of Fame.
No, he didn't play in the NFL.
Right. I mean, so you can't. I mean, at the end of the day, man, Nick Saban hasn't broke up a pass from Brett Favre. Nick Saban doesn't have a pick 6 against Brett Favre.
No.
Right.
No.
So here, by the way, I'm gonna close out these 7-post shakers, Lummy. That way we don't come back to them. So Dan, they put the car on this machine called a 7-post shakers, and it runs a complete race. Watch.
We put inputs from the racetrack. We make a track map, and we can actually run the car through a lap of the racetrack. The wheels move up and down at the frequencies that the race car will actually see on the racetrack, and it allows us to tune in our car, try some things, validate our simulation, and prepare for our race weekend.
What tracks is it most beneficial to you?
I mean, it works at a lot of racetracks. We take, for instance, the short tracks and really concentrate on the grip, more of the tire inherent in the racetrack. It also is very valuable at places like Charlotte, Dover, Kansas, the bigger places where grip and aero platform.
I just wanted to show the machine one more time.
Extremely important.
How does having it here in the shop benefit you on race weekends?
Not that these questions sound so.
How much is a 7-post shaker?
Well, for us, it allows.
I don't know.
What, do you got to buy one?
No, I'm just curious. It looks like it would be, a couple $1 million.
No, I think they are. Hey Alexa, how much is a NASCAR 7-post shaker machine?
From SI.com, what's more, Ginn already possesses state-of-the-art machinery such as a 7-post shaker rig, estimated price tag, $5 million, a device that allows teams to test cars under racing conditions while in the shop.
$5 million.
Yeah, now hold on, and I think they have multiple. Wow. I think I don't know if each car has 4. I don't know if Stewart Haas Racing, who has 4 cars, fielded 4 cars, if they have 4 shakers, but I bet you they have. I bet you they have 2.
They probably have 2.
I bet you they have 2 in case one breaks down.
Yeah.
Lummy, I got to go to words, but when we come back, we got to finish out
our bets.
Well, let's just go. Jimmy Johnson wins it. Let's just put.
I like Jimmy Johnson.
500.
Let's put 500 on Jimmy Johnson.
That's a nice $25,000 win.
Is that what it, honest to God, would be? If Jimmy Johnson, I just bet. I went to mybookie.com.
That's a great bet.
If you go to mybookie.com, look for the NASCAR division. Get in. This is a pretty good. I mean, if you know anything about NASCAR, Jimmy could pull one off just based. Not you don't have to have the best equipment. Putting himself at the right position, with 2 laps to go.
It's all about experience. You don't want to be in first place going into that second, third turn.
And a $500 bet gets you $2,500. $25,000.
Yeah.
Wow. But 500 is a lot, especially when as low as we are on PayPal right now.
Yeah, and Cash App. No Venmo.
Yeah, I'm not trying to deter you from going to my bookie. Maybe half it, $250 to them, $250 to my bookie. If we could do something like that. PayPal, Cash App, at the Bubba Army. Appreciate you. Back in a second.
Someone just spin him like a simpleton.
God, you guys are imbeciles.
Listen. More of the Bubba the Love Sponge show after these words.
It's easy. Solve Middle Jones.
We over 1,000, 1,300 on Rumble. Where am I at on YouTube? 680, 668. That sucks.
But they're very engaged. Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, Cece. Jay Gator, you're right. Up quicker ticker. Chop it up, Spice. That would be funny. If you like 100 laps, send a little drone out, like a little robotic car out going the wrong way. Sure, hard and long. Be my name. He's a good driver. I just don't like him. Won't hurt Ferrari. I mean, for some reason, every time he bumps somebody, his car never wrecks. Like, he always bumps people gently. Everyone else, when they touch people, the car is destroyed. Hamilton's the only guy I know that can hit a wall, spin around, hit nothing, or hit another car, and still like have a normal race. So that dad is one of the best of all time. Bye-bye.
Hello. Hello.
What did Randy from Skag say? How do you pronounce his last name? He said it's just like how it's phonically. It's Gloebe or something.
Is it D?
Macho said that he'll double check to make sure he has enough music for 2 hours.
Okay. Mitch, what to do, Mitch on PayPal.
Seth Wiley, 25 cash out.
Phoebe. Morning, Sister Girl Tees.
Some difficulties. Yeah, I've seen some of those. I also saw a guy wreck one. I saw a guy standing on one, trying to shoot a basketball. It went straight down on his head. I haven't seen it in NASCAR. She did look goofy, CC. Haven't cared. The listening fat. Drive one. There you go.
Time to scratch that itches, eh?
Listening will give you no health benefits, but all the carcinogenic after effects.
Stop quitting while you're ahead for a change.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Not much longer for the Phoenix people to call in. 813-90-BUBBA. If you're listening to me on 99.1 or 93.7. And you can prove that you're listening to me. Hopefully you're honest. I'm gonna make you take a picture and send to our Facebook account.
Please do.
Because you gotta understand the swag pack I'm gonna send them is gonna be like, $50, $60 retail value. So I'm not just gonna send something like that out willy-nilly for a person that's trying to, game the system for a free shirt and what have you.
That's right.
99.1 or 93.7. Call me 813-90-BUBBA. 813-90-BUBBA. And we should be later on towards the end of the program. Let me getting a few of these calls. And if not, nobody in a couple hours will remember that we even asked for this type of stuff.
No, they will not.
And maybe we'll cut it out so not making us look like such losers. Right?
Yeah, edit it out.
Listen, a year ago I met this guy. Just a quick little story. A year ago at the Gator Nationals. And, well, first of all, NHRA gets a hold of me like, hey, we'd like to have a few drivers on. Well, actually, Tony gets a hold of me because NHRA was using him as a spokesperson to promote the sport. And Tony gets a hold of me last year. Remember Tony, when we had him in?
Yes.
And he was here just to promote the NHRA. So NHRA gets a hold of Tony to get a hold of me because they know we have a relationship to see if he can book himself on the show to promote the Gator Nationals. So we have Tony, and I think we have Tony Schumacher via the Zoom. We do a couple of interviews with the drivers. We give out Gator National tickets, and I go to the Gator Nationals because I'm like, listen, I'm a content creator, Lummy, and getting down. There's just no. It's talk about great content. On my, listen, I'm girly boys don't listen to my show.
No,
Brian does sometimes.
Well, I know, but for the most part, I think our P1s are guys like Buck and Nash's and Big Red and Creatine Travis and Iggy and Cable Dog and Scotty Landers and Joe from the West Side and a retired brain surgeon.
Yeah, John Kustika.
John Kustika, men's. Men's. I think that's.
Hierarchy 65. He's a man's man.
Yeah, but F boys don't listen to our show.
No.
So I try to, I'm trying to be a dude, and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna use my YouTube platform to do things I like to do. Like maybe sometimes I'll show you me going to the grading the track, or I'll do an oil change, or I'll be on my skag mower at my racetrack, mowing the back 40. Let me a lot of our ancillary programming is stuff, based on being kind of
rugged, thick and rugged.
Rugged, yeah. You little F boys that are probably into gaming and just little twerps. They probably don't listen to my show. So I'm thinking I need to go to the Gator Nationals next year because it's drag racing. A lot of I think a lot of our fans like drag racing, and I got an opportunity to get like a VIP behind the scenes, where I'm in the pits, Lummy, and I'm right there on the launch line, interviewing drivers.
All up on our YouTube too.
Yeah, and then I put that up on our YouTube, and it did well. And so, NHRA needed promotion, and I needed access to the Gator Nationals, and it worked out well. And so while I'm at the Gator Nationals last year, I see, and listen, I not only am I so rugged, but let's not forget that I own a racetrack too.
Yes, you do.
A dirt racetrack, Bubba Raceway Park.
Did you see what our most viewed live show was last month?
No.
It was you and Turbo, Tyler Erb, and Devin Moran.
For real?
Talking dirt track. Yeah,
That's
it's up
awesome.
over 10,000. It's the most viewed live show so far this year.
Yeah, how about that,
Look at that.
bitches? About to get mine. Woo! How's the car? How's the card show
He's
doing?
having a seizure.
Card show.
How's breaking with Bubba?
Card show's okay. It's at 2.3K, but it did do better as a video. So I think that might be one of those things that could potentially do better as a video.
Can you edit it?
And I need to bring back the food review, don't you think?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Those
Yeah,
are
a lot
fun.
of your listeners like that.
Well,
AKA me.
listen, again, I warned everybody my life was going to be completely disrupted until, Lummy, I guarantee you can check your show notes, the Bible, and there was a day, I don't know how long ago, that I proclaimed I was going to be 100%.
January 22nd, you told us up until February 20th that you would be a dick.
Right.
February 19th, sorry.
Yeah,
February 19th.
so I said, I am absolutely, my head's not going to be in the game like it needs to be. I probably won't be able to do a lot of ancillary content until after February 19th. That's when things kind of start. My life starts to get a little bit more normal.
Yes.
Where I can go out and do a food review, or I can go out and, do various things like that. So anyway, hello, who's this? That's great.
Come on, it's your Arizona guy.
Was it an Arizona guy?
Yeah, it was Arizona again.
Oh, come on, man.
Jesus.
Phoenix. Let's go.
No, so let me see. Here's the thing: these people can't hear me. They could not have yet heard me on 99.1 or 93.7 because that's 8 o'clock Eastern.
But if he
it's 5:30 over there.
listening now, then he still listens to the, Phoenix station.
But if he's calling right now and saying, "Hey, I'm from Phoenix. I want to win," the contest doesn't open up until 8. There's no physical way a person. And you know what? You're not being honest. You're not listening to us on 99.1 or 93.7. If you can hear me talk right now, this live show, you're getting me by some other means, which thank you for that. But we're trying to make it for the terrestrial Phoenix people only.
Okay, that's
Okay,
fair. Where
great.
I live, I can't get 99.1, so.
I know, buddy.
Driving the Phoenix.
I know, buddy. Maybe call me back. Maybe you'll tickle. Maybe I'll have a little.
I will.
Call me back. Call me. You know what? Call me back. I want you to call me back at 9:45 Eastern for me to determine whether I should give you a nice little care package. Okay? Let me think on
I
it.
called you in the summertime back in July when it was like 120 degrees out. I don't know if you remember us.
I know you live in Phoenix and you listen to us by other means because you cannot get us terrestrially on the 2 radio stations, and we certainly appreciate that. So you're right. Right now, you're an honorable mention. Okay.
You got it.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate it. Now back to my topic. My buddy Randy.
Yeah.
So I go to the Gator Nationals because I'm a big time content creator now. We're well over 100,000.
Influencer, if you will.
Big time influencer. Yeah. I mean, Lummy, if you take our Facebook page, 156,000.
That's amazing.
Okay. And you take our Twitter account, which is 108,000.
Amazing.
And you take our YouTube subscription count, which is the best accomplishment of all, and that's currently, I think, at 106,000 subscribers.
Right, impressive.
And I mean,
And
you
Insta?
take the impressions and the amount of listening people were exposed to on Bubba Army HQ. You get that number. right?
Yes.
And then you take, we're over 6.3 million downloads on podcasting. That's a very much a digital currency that people use. If you just look at our YouTube and our Facebook, if you just look at those four, 108 on Twitter, 155,000 on Facebook, 106,000 on YouTube. And let me, I can't give you, I think it might have been Tom Bean came up with a number with regards to Bubba Army HQ that we have like 225,000 uniques or something. Like, I don't know, that tune in throughout the month or something like that. I mean, look, if you just take those numbers, those are pretty impressive, social media numbers.
You're absolutely an influencer. You're absolutely a very diverse media god.
I know, I wasn't going to go me. I wasn't going to go. But I think
you
I
are.
think,
You're a multimedia god.
I never ever thought I would become what they would call an influencer.
You are.
But
I just need you to do more TikTok videos.
But I think I am. I think I'm an influencer.
You are an influencer.
You're influencing me every day.
So, but more. Should I do more? Let me. How is our TikTok?
Good.
And like, if I would just do goofy stuff, would it make our TikTok? What could really make our TikTok blow up?
Anything that makes someone giggle. Anything that evokes a giggle is a hit on TikTok. If you can make somebody giggle,
our shorts work. Our fans are liking our shorts that we put up.
Okay. What if we took some various stunts from back in the day, the Tom the Tree Man stunts, and we edited it to just the top 7 to 9 to 15 seconds? The high spot of the spot. Do you think that would get TikTok, like 25 Cent when we were, fire anning his testicles?
Probably not. Those are probably just get us banned.
Yeah, we'll just get
hold on.
blacklisted on those.
How can you see, like a fat girl fall off a picnic table, or like, a fat girl jump off a diving board and it breaks in half, and she pie faces herself into the side of the pool. I mean, you see all that on TikTok. Why can't we show?
Those people don't have people reporting them out nonstop.
Right.
We had to we had a report because we used the Hogan video and said it was we didn't have the rights to it. It was a big argument we had to go through. It all depends on who reports what.
So you're saying our TikTok will not? We may never ever really be as influential as we could be if we didn't have these trolls.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, the thing is, we could put them up.
You guys leave us alone.
We could put them up, and I mean, they may hit, or they may just get flagged like they always do. And
but when you get flagged, I mean, is it just a flag and that's it, or
it depends on how? Like if we take it down immediately.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that another time.
No
it
problem.
seems depressing to me.
It is depressing. We got flagged. We got flagged putting up the podcast.
I was.
What?
Yeah.
I was on such a positive influencer flow, and then my TikTok, which I've never even really determined TikTok to be very much of an influencer, juggernaut for us.
No.
So I don't.
Well, it's not a big moneymaker. I mean, you can get a lot of action, you can get a lot of exposure, but you're not going to make money from TikTok videos.
Yeah. So anyway,
technically you will if over a minute.
Yeah. If you are killing it, Dan, like if you got 10 million views you're going to make a lot of money.
Yeah.
You really are. But that being said, I go to the Gator Nationals so I can create content because I am an influencer and a major one at that.
Mm-hmm.
And probably one of the very I mean, think about this. This would be interesting, Lummy. How many influencers out there are still doing syndicated morning radio?
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
0.
Like, that's what I'm saying. So, like, how many... And not only that, yes, you can be an influencer and do and like Charlemagne the God and that guy like that, but also having your own brand outside of your terrestrial show that you own the rights to and that people want to watch. I don't know.
Party of one.
Probably just me. At the end of the day, I'm an influencer and a terrestrially
trailblazer, if you will.
syndicated host. Yeah. So I mean, so there you go. Appreciate you. So I go to the Gator Nationals last year, and, I told Merch Crick, you know what, if anything, not only am I going to get some great content, but, I'm going to get to see Tony. Tony and I'll get to see my buddy Tony. And, what? And I think Lummy, I had like 10 sets of tickets that I gave away.
Yes.
And see some Bubba Army guys. And I gotta tell you, man, Bubba Army is strong in Gainesville. That like anywhere in Florida that I do something, Lummy, I always get 15, 20, Bubba Armies that that come to the event, or I see me and our Bubba Army. It's super cool. Seriously. So I go, and I own a racetrack as well, and one of our mowers that we own is a Skag, but it's a 1986 Skag. And I've never really known much about Skag, mowers, other than that they're super rugged. Like, I knew about Bad Boy mowers and about like Easy Mark and about, your standard go to Home Depot and get a Craftsman or a Cub Cadet. Like, I know about those, Lummy. I think I know a little bit about zero-turn mowers, but the one thing that I did know is that Skags were usually maybe just a little bit more money. But they were so rugged and commercial that, like, if you had a Skag, that was like you were an upper crust lawn dogger than a guy that was rolling in with 3 Cub Cadets. Like, you really took your mowing seriously, because Skags are so well built. They're like, Dan, like, what's in the car industry? Not a Ferrari.
A Porsche. A Porsche.
Yeah,
Porsches are well built.
Well built. There you go.
They last forever. They don't fall apart. They're well built.
Yeah. And so, you know what? Yeah. Skag is kind of like the Porsche of zero-turn mowers. I really didn't know much about it. So I'm at the Gator Nationals, and I see this big-ass Skag funny car. And I'm like, oh man, Skag mowers, they're involved in NHRA. They promote cars. That's cool. So then I'm driving around, and I see this big Skag, top fuel dragster. I'm like, well, now hold on. This company is so cool. Not only but they are in both of the big, top sexy division, both nitro divisions, dragsters and funny cars. Wow, that's cool. So then Merch Crick and I go around the corner, and here's this big Skag, like one of the dealers or something had all the Skag equipment out there, and they had zero-turn mowers, and they had wind blowers, and they had leaf. They just had everything.
Yeah,
everything. Seeders and water and aerators and big commercial 72-inch, like what I have, a big 3-cylinder Kohler diesel Kubota powered Skag 72-inch zero turn to a residential 42 one. To I think the Cheetah that I got. Don't forget Deion Sanders.
That's right.
Has a Skag zero turn.
He loves.
And Deion Sanders Deion Sanders. Yes, it was promoted, but Deion Sanders isn't going to take like a Craftsman, like if the local, the Craftsman. I'm trying to think of the low end Cub Cadets. Those are kind of junky, are they not?
Yeah.
So, like, if the Cub Cadet dealer had called Deion, no, I called Deion immediately. He said, Deion, if you want quality and something that's rugged and high line, expensive, it's the Cadillac / Porsche of zero turns. You need to get me. I'll get you a Skag. Do you know what Deion Sanders said to me? Sponge, I already got a Skag over down in Dallas at my ranch in Dallas. So yeah, I'd like to have it. Hell yeah, I like that. Oh, he wouldn't say hell. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Heck, golly gee, heck yeah. I'd like to have me a Skag. Can you get me one? Yeah, I can. I know the CEO. His name's Randy. I met him at the Gator Nationals. He's the coolest dude ever to live.
Woo.
Okay, so I go and sit on all the equipment. I'm at the Gator Nationals last March, and that I'm just wish it's like, man, I wish I could get one of these things. Man, this thing's bad. I got a 1986 Hoopty Skag at the track that still runs unbelievable. But boy, it could use a brother. Really. I got 51 acres I got to cut. So, Lummy, next thing you know, Tony's publicist comes up to me. It's the weird, how you meet people in life sometimes just kind of in a weird coincidence?
Yeah.
Well, so I didn't know that this Randy dude was the CEO and big president of all, I think it's called Metalworks or I forget what is it? Metalcraft. It's Metalcraft. The corporate company for Skag is Metalcraft, based out of, I think, Maryville, Wisconsin.
Mayville,
Wisconsin.
Yeah, Metalcraft of Mayville.
They build all kinds of things for the government and for like all of the automotive manufacturers. Like they build all types of metal parts, but they happen to also build Skag mowers. So I'm seeing that the Skag company, which I'm very familiar with, Lummy, they're heavily involved in the sport by being the primary sponsors on these two, the two most sexiest divisions in NHRA are the funny cars and the top fuel dragsters. And Skag's got not just a little sticker, but the whole car is like the tiger print, Skag deal. Then it says Skag on the side, not a bunch of stupid other little stickers. Although I did slap a Bubba Army sticker on him.
Couldn't help yourself.
Couldn't help himself. So Tony's publicist comes up to me and says, "Hey, the manager of I think it might have been the guy Robert Height. Might have been Robert Height. Oh, I think it is. Robert Height drives the Skag funny car, and the general manager that manages the race team is a big fan out of Charlotte, North Carolina. He's Bubba Army, and he found out that you were here, and he wants to meet you. So can you meet me over? Can you go over to the Skag funny car and go introduce yourself to this dude?" So I'm like, "Yeah, no big deal. That's great. It's awesome, right?" I got a crew chief for NHRA, Robert Height, who's I don't know how many time champion he is, Lummy. That guy, the guy who runs that whole team's Bubba Army. Hell yeah, I'm all about networking and getting in. So I'm walking through the hospitality tent with this publicist, this girl, I forget what her name is, Christine or something, and she's taking me to go meet the general manager of the funny car team, and there's Randy, the CEO of it, in Lummy and NHRA drags, or in competition drag racing, the hospitality suites, Dan, probably are comparable to like F1 ones.
They go off.
Yes, like hospitality is all about, that's all about. The sport could not survive without heavy sponsors, and heavy sponsors demand hospitality.
Sure do.
So that these heavy sponsors, what Randy from Skag, Randy's probably $3 or $4 million a year in sponsorship, through NHRA and this new superstar shootout pro superstar shootout that he just presented in Bradenton, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. But I mean, if you're $3 or $4 million involved into a race team sponsorship, you want to have a hospitality arm or wing of that you can bring your dealers in and really glad hand your dealers of your product to give them a good experience. Because here's what Randy told me one time. The average dealer that's a Skag dealer also carries 2 or 3 other lines. He just doesn't carry Skag. Maybe he'll carry Skag, Easy Mark, and Cub Cadet, or John Deere or something. And he says so when a guy walks into that guy's store and he's looking for a zero-turn mower, this general manager or this sales guy who just got done having one hell of a time at the Gator Nationals as he's a dealer, and he got, VIP'd, and he was at the launch line, and he had, hot dogs and hamburgers and chicken tenders and bottles of water and Gatorade and chips and snacks. This guy was in the Skag hospitality suite all Gator Nationals long, felt like the VIP that he is. What do you think he's going to say when the customer says, "Hey man, I'm thinking about buying a zero-turn mower"? What is that guy? Now, John Deere, the other line that this guy carries, and Cub Cadet, neither one of their CEOs just took this guy out for a weekend of motorsports or nothing like that. In fact, they'd never even been to the store. But this guy just had, an unbelievable experience at the Gator Nationals with Randy from Skag. What's the first thing out of that salesman's mouth?
Skag's the best.
Let me tell you, buddy. We got 3 different lines to choose from. But if you're really looking for quality and one that's not going to be in the shop all the time, you got to go with that orange Skag over there.
And I know the CEO. I met him, and he's a great guy.
I met this. I actually had an opportunity to meet the guy who runs the company. His name's Randy. His assistant's name's Maria. And they took us to the Gator Nationals, and we ate 3 meals a day in their hospitality suite. And then every time the Skag car got to the was dragging, he took all of us right to literally Randy gathers up all of it's like little ducklings following the master duck. He says, "Come follow me," and they all have their Skag T-shirts on, so nobody could sneak in there. I did, but he literally takes them literally, Lummy, like 6 feet from the rear wheels.
Whoa.
So that you can just, fit. And so you, as a regular dude who's a salesman at Johnny Zero Turn, you probably will never get that opportunity to be a big Sling and D VIP in your lifetime because you're just, nothing. I'm not making fun of you, but you're a lawnmower salesman, for God's sake.
Yeah.
You're not gonna be ever VIP anywhere unless Randy from Skag just VIP'd your ass.
Yep.
You're never going to forget about that experience for the rest of your life.
True.
And every time, maybe you even change lawnmower companies, but anytime you have the opportunity to give somebody your opinion of the better, Skag. Just human nature, Lummy. So Randy uses as a promo tool. It works wonderfully for him. And he just had remember now, so Randy and Tony, NHRA, I don't know if I should be saying this or not. I'm not trying to talk bad about NHRA, but NHRA, Lummy, they have taken advantage of the racer, and they know that there's no other competition. So, they only pay, like, for instance, the Top Fuel dragster and funny car, they only make $50,000 cash.
That's it?
Yeah. Meanwhile, it's $10,000 a run. And if you would happen to win that weekend through practice, qualifying, and stage racing, I think you race 10 times. So do the math. That's if you don't blow up a motor. Now, how many teams do you think go a whole entire weekend without not blowing one motor? And they always blow a motor.
Little Wilbur's Afterbirth, $100 on the rent. I'd say probably not many.
So Randy from Skag gets with Tony and some other really good sponsors, and they had this event this past weekend in Bradenton, and it was called the Skag Power Equipment Pro Superstar Shootout. And instead of paying $50,000 like the NHRA, guess what these guys paid?
$250,000.
$250,000.
God bless him for that.
And basically what they were doing and what they are doing, Randy's got enough money and enough know-how about marketing, and Tony obviously is your Hulk Hogan / that's your superstar,
spokesperson.
That's your pop culture. So now, but you also, if you could get John Force to defect, and you could get the Erica girl and the Pro Stockton and the Ron Caps and the Colettas. Here's the deal. If you're a racer or you're an NHRA drag car owner, and do you go to the event that pays $50,000 to win, or do you go to the event that pays $250,000? It would take a person with not very many brain cells, Terry Schiavo-like, if you will, that would say, I think I want to go run for $50,000 instead of $250,000.
Yeah, no kidding.
Right?
Yeah.
This sport is already so sponsor dependent in order for them to even go up and down the road that if you're, you could almost, if you were good, Lummy, you could use your sponsorship, but at $250 a win, and you win 5-6 races like most of these champions do, you can almost break your team even just on prize money.
That's nice.
which is unbelievable. So anyway, Randy and Tony and this board called Pro, whatever the hell it is,
Pro Superstar
Shootout, the Skag Equipment Pro Superstar Shootout. They formed like a little committee. They raised all this money. I think Randy was the majority of it. And they had this event down in Bradenton this past weekend, and it was absolutely slammed to the gills.
It looks like it.
Listen, I was at the U.S. Nationals last year in Indianapolis, and the attendance was weak. 40% full.
Oh, really?
Now, so, and the U.S. national winners got $50,000. So the NHRA just, one, they're losing viewership. 2, they're losing a fan attendance because they gouge you so hard on the price. And then 3, they're not paying the racers. They're not really giving the racers any really fair lion's share of their total receipts.
Right. And
So-
I think the competition is really helpful because hopefully the NHRA will up their game and the SCAG promotion will help, again, promote the sport.
And here's the deal. I think Randy is prepared with this SCAG division to do one or two things. One, not really do a lot of these, but instead use it to show NHRA, you better step up your game because look what we can do at a moment's notice. Or if NHRA turns a blind eye to it and is somewhat cocky or arrogant, Randy says, okay, you know what? I'm going to do 7 or 8 of these a year, and I'm going to do them on the weekends right before your major weekends,
Right.
and kill you.
Just like Liv tried to do the PGA.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill you.
Hey, if there is an alternative restaurant, people are going to look at it.
Yep.
And let me tell you why Randy from SCAG, if he wants to blend in with NHRA and make NHRA better because of this, I'm all for it. But Randy, I'm going to play some highlights, from this weekend's, SCAG Pro whatever the hell shootout. And Randy, this should show you that drag racers, the community, the drag racing, the community, the John Forces, the Doug Colettas, the stars of the show, they will support a series that treats them better than they're being treated now. NHRA kind of talks down to you a little bit. They're really strict about who gets to the line. It has a real kind of stiff, you can't do that feel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like a lot of security, just like everybody's real stiff and just real much a dick. I want you to look at the crowd here and just feel the vibe of coolness. And I talked to Bernie Bernstein and to Rico from Fatheads who went down to the event and said the vibe was just like, it was way like a party cool vibe. Instead, the security guards wouldn't be yelling. You say, hey, don't be going there. You can't go there. Be like, hey, dude, whatever. Just what.
That's kind of like what Dan was saying about.
Be careful, man. If you're gonna be up by the drag line, yeah, you probably need to have that pass and be careful, dude.
It's like the PGA, like in Liv, like PGA was stale and kind of old fartsy, and Liv came in and it's like a party atmosphere.
Yeah, we're gonna be cool, man.
Yeah.
So here's the event, the national anthem. As soon as now the event's officially on, I want you to look at the success of this event. First of all, just look at the just look at the grandstands.
Jeez.
This is what I listen. I own a racetrack with Tom Bean, and the pits cost you money, racers cost you money because you got to pay them, and fans make you money because they don't cost you nothing. This is what pays the bills. People in the grandstands, they could have 200 cars back there. You got to pay a lot of money. In prize money, they don't make you much money. But each one of these guys, and look at how I've not seen an NHRA event this packed in 10 years.
That's slammed.
In little ass Bradenton, Florida, in the second week of February. That should show the NHRA something. You better put Randy and maybe Tony on your NHRA board and start paying the racers more, or Tony and Randy are going to go do their own thing and kill you. If their first event is this highly attended, and let's not forget, this event also produced something that's very much valuable. They broke a record, and I think Del Weller, somebody set a world record in funny car, I think at 341.
Really?
Yeah, so a world record was broken. And you had packed standing room attendance, and the vibe was just super cool. People were cool. They were having a good time. They were, your security personnel weren't treating you like a bunch of dicks, like the way NHRA does. Look at those. I can't see an empty seat.
Nope.
And that's just, wait till you see what behind her.
Look how pretty it is out.
Now, there's Randy from. Hey, there's Randy from
There's
Skag.
that
He must be
guy.
working. He must be working a Christmas tree.
Nice.
I love it. By the way, we like Randy. We want some of those Skag shirts.
Oh yeah.
Don't we?
Oh yeah.
Can I ask a stupid, dumb, technical question?
Yeah.
So when you work the Christmas tree, is it one button and it starts the whole thing, or is there one button and then a second button?
No, one button starts the whole thing.
And so then it starts doing the countdown, and then when everything clears, it automatically goes to green?
Yeah, one button runs it all the way down to green. Then you hit reset after they're done racing, and it goes back up to standard position.
I don't know if it was like one button that starts it, and then like the guy's waiting at that last second to hit the second button.
No, it's done by a machine. Okay. Otherwise, you'd get you, Dan, in there,
Yeah,
and
waking.
you'd make a guy be like there for 30 seconds holding on. Hell yeah, Randy. Proud of you, buddy. Sellout crowd. If this doesn't show NHRA something, then NHRA is absolutely oblivious if they don't make wide sweeping changes within your business template. Randy and Tony Stewart just showed you what they can do in a little sleepy town in Florida. They can do that in Denver. They can do it in Chicago. They can do it in Milwaukee. They can do it in English town, Atlanta, Charlotte, Bristol,
Louisiana.
every place you got.
Texas.
And you know what? They're maybe even a little bit more nimble in the fact that they don't have to have these as big of venues. They can do smaller venues and giving it to cities and municipalities that have never had this John Force and Doug Coletta in their town. Please. But I'm gonna stop after this next footage here, Lummy. But I just want you to show remember last year I went to the Gator Nationals and to the U.S. Nationals, and both time I was supposed to have all access where I could go right to the starting line because I was a content, I was like part of the media / content creator. So I was supposed to have, and every time they would stop me,
you get harassed
and get harassed because I had some bullcrap little orange, music festival band on when I should have had like a full-blown, hard card kind of deal. So I told remember, were you there when I told Joshua?
No, but
I'm not promoting NHRA Gator Nationals unless you assure me that I'm going to be given a pass that I don't get screwed with every time I go to the launch line.
I don't blame you.
Or I'm not going.
Right.
I'm not going.
I don't blame you.
I'm not going. You know what? I'll go just to pay respects to Randy and say hi to Tony, but then I'm leaving. Like, I'm not covering it or nothing.
Nope.
Shove it up your ass if you're not,
Whoa. Randy
just showed you guys don't treat anybody right. You don't treat anybody good.
Yeah,
including me, a person that wants to give you, I don't know, $100,000 worth of free advertising, and all I ask for is 2 VIP media credentials, a camping space, and a golf cart pass. That's it. No money. I think the value that we put in mentions last year, Lummy, and the impressions was like north of 10,000.
Oh, especially even
like
better
we have those parameters now through from Mike Rowe, and so I'm not going to give you $10,000 of mentions and ticket giveaways and all this kind of stuff if you're going to job me out with my pass. If you're not going to give me a bona fide pass, then I ain't doing it. And Randy's already showed you that nobody needs you. I don't need you. I don't need my channel's not going to go away if I miss the Gator Nationals. Please.
How many years was Skag in drag racing before they did this?
Like 3.
That's it? And they figured out the template in 3 years?
Well, see, I think 2 or 3, and Randy figured out that, you know what, I can't quite do the math here because
it doesn't make any sense.
It takes $120,000 for my funny car to go up and down the track all weekend long, but it only paid us $50 to win. I mean,
the math's upside down.
Right.
I agree.
Man, I wish I would have gone. Randy was big time. I mean, I could have been right there. I could have hit he would have let me hit the Christmas tree.
Oh yeah, a couple times.
You
Absolutely.
know he would have. Oh my God!
I want to hit the button.
How good a footage would that have been, Lummy? Because I would have had the merch crick down there in front of me, squatted down there, and with an upshot and both cars behind me.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
That would have been awesome. I messed up.
POV.
Randy, next year I'm going to be there, and I'm going to help you run the Christmas tree, buddy.
Christ
here's what I got to go to a break because I'm wondering like, but this is the shot that I want everybody to see.
Okay.
Here's the shot. Randy sent them. It's packed. It's it's standing room only, Lummy. Like as a promoter, and you're looking at this. You know how sad it is. Been many a nights I looked up at the stands of Bubba Raceway Park because it was August.
You can see everyone's face.
It was it's an August race and it looked like it was going to rain and just not a lot of people showed up. You could literally almost hand count how many people were in the grandstands, or you can look up and you see this, and it just, oh my God, it gives you a promotional boner. It really does. And then watch this. This is what I want everybody to look at. All right, hold on. Oh, Randy even has the slow-mo of him doing the deal. Hold on. This is what I want people to look at right here. Hold on. Jeez. I want everybody grandstand full. Every grandstand full.
Literally
now,
every seat is taken.
Look at this. Look at it. People that are standing against the fence full. Now, right here.
Oh.
Look how cool and lenient they are being on making sure both crews are up here, and then see the people back here.
Yep.
These people here all would have usually been ran off, but they knew, the pro superstar shootout know that we need to not only pay more money, but we need to treat the people better. We just need to be nicer. And look, if that doesn't scare NHRA, because Randy. Have I not said many a times? I mean, I hate to make this a big Randy endorsement, but how many times have I said he's probably one of the smartest, most patient, coolest-headed businessmen I've ever seen on how he acts when he's at the racetrack and how he takes care of his dealers and stuff like that.
For 2 weeks, you said you were going to be like Randy. What would Randy do?
Yeah. I just don't have that ability because Randy always does the right thing and is never, the bad guy. And many a times I can't say the same. So I can't be like Randy. There's only one Randy.
That's true.
So congratulations, Randy, on an unbelievable show. And the report that I got back, the people that attended there said that the vibe was just one of
And they were also blessed with great weather too.
Yeah, great weather.
Perfect.
Great event. Great attendance.
Mm-hmm.
The drivers, great operating. Oh, listen, you set a world record, sellout attendance, and the vibe of the people that were there that go to NHRA events was like, man, just everybody was just so much cooler and in a better mood at your event than a standard NHRA uptight, get thrown out, you can't be there, go 2 steps back over here, get the hell out of here. Like just the vibe, which was Randy that's the vibe you give off as a businessman, and it looked like you were able to recreate that vibe within a racing sanctioning body. That's great. That should scare the absolute hell out of the NHRA. Right, Dan?
Yes.
Let's say,
absolutely.
Let's say that the NHRA tells Randy, go pack sand, Randy. We're not increasing our purses. We're not changing. We've been doing this for how long? We know what we're doing. Randy goes, okay, I'm going to run one in June. I'm going to run one in August, and then I'm going to run another one in October.
And here's what you do, Bubba. You run them so far away from where their events are, and you, like you said, quintuple the prize package from $50,000 to $250,000. And so if you have a team and you have limited resources, are you going to do that thing in Bradenton for $250, or are you going to drive your silly ass all the way to Washington State for a potential $50,000?
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense. So do it the weekend before all the big ones, and do them in easier to get to areas, not some obscure place, and give that $250, and ain't no one going to show up to the other ones.
So do you say schedule them even on top, same day, same weekend?
No, you can do the week before, so that way you're not competing directly with them. That way they can't sue you.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's that way.
They have a week to get there, right? With their peanuts.
And Randy brings his skag team to the NHRA ones too.
Yeah, exactly. Because he can afford to go to both.
Right, he goes to both. Can't. He goes to both. But man, is he the swinging D in the pits now? Not only is he competing in NHRA, but he's the main dude between the real sanctioning body that we really want to run with. I knew. did I not know that guy had the it factor? I mean, somebody needs to give me some credit that I sniffed Randy out. I sniffed him out.
Great job, Bubs.
No, actually, you know what? I got fragmented. I got to finish the story, Lummy. I'm going to meet the president of this funny car team, and this guy stops me. It's Randy. I've never met Randy in my entire life. And he goes, "Hey, what's your name?" And I go, "I'm Bubba the Love Sponge." He goes, "Oh my God, is this that DJ guy? I heard you're kind of important." And I go, "Well, I used to be way more important than I am now, but I'm trying my hardest. I mean, I'm just being honest, and we became friends."
That's awesome.
And then I talked about when I got back from the Gator Nationals, I talked about, hey, I met this dude named Randy, and he owned and it just started my whole skag journey. And now I got a skag mower, and Randy's my friend. Like, not just, sponsorship for him. Like, Randy genuinely is my friend. We text each other back and forth.
It was organic.
I love Randy.
It was organic.
And good luck to you on that, buddy. I am so proud of you, Randy, on what you pulled off. And you did it through coolness and kindness, and through calculation. He's so smart.
He is.
Anyway, congratulations, Randy. It looks like I got is that a Phoenix deal? This could be, Lummy, 14 minutes after 8.
It's not we've had 2 Phoenix area codes. This one is not.
Okay. And then really, in order for them to prove that they're listening to terrestrial radio and not bamboozling us and watching us on YouTube, they'd have to send a picture to maybe Facebook, don't you think?
Yes, or our email show at bubbarmyhq.com.
Will you figure that out if we have that?
Yes, of course.
Okay,
Bubba the Love Sponge? Hell yeah.
I love them all, man. They're all great. The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
You want the whole thing, or you want me to? I can cut it off.
No, whole thing.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Mom. I'm going to send you the address right now.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're right. Should probably get more. Good morning. We are known as physics. Stretch it out, poke it out, stretch it out, poke it out. What's that big longer? Fucking hell yeah. Everything. Are you guys doing anything for V-Day? What's up, Bama Boy 352? Good morning, Little Wilbur's after birth. Always a pleasure seeing you. You always have a smile on your face, and you're just the nicest man. I'll get coffee next break. Fuck yeah, I did, fan Orlando. Turn up.
Hey, Lummy.
Yeah? What's up, right Farm John's Island? Is there anything I can help you with, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Snizzle Slayer. Oh, Jesus. Chub Woody 813. Is your name? Right. Oh, tomorrow's Brian's birthday, too. What's up, Skippy? Ned's left testicle. This is Skippy. Iggy is a grammar Nazi, much like myself. He's eating some fruit. He's eating some fibers.
Sorry, Bubba. I was talking to engineering. Oh, can you? I printed two things. Will you get them for me? Thank you. Thank you. Can't read it.
His rhetoric slowly sinks into your skull. Corrupting the synapses in your brain, taking control of you. And there's no way to stop it. We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
How the numbers today, Lummy? What, 7:30 on YouTube? What are we on Rumble?
1550? 1550.
And it's,
we're down a little bit.
We're actually up on Twitch, 145.
Oh. Come on, YouTube. Come on, Rumble. You get our numbers up. Mushroom Mitch, 100 on the PayPal. PayPal, Venmo. No more Venmo. No, maybe. Venmo, maybe. But we're locked in on PayPal and Cash App, which doesn't make sense because PayPal owns Venmo. So why am I okay on PayPal, but I'm not okay on Venmo? Just don't quite get it. Lummy, did you know that the Bubba the Love Sponge show is sponsored by BetterHelp? That's BetterHelp.com. BetterHelp.com. All too often we think about what we do aren't doing correctly and what we want to change, and we suck at this and we suck at that. Well, if you're thinking about starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited for your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist. And then you can switch therapists at any time with no additional charge. It's very simple. Celebrate the progress that you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/BTLS. That'll get you 10% off your first month. That's BETTER, BetterHelp, HELP.com/BTLS. And make sure you throw in the /BTLS kicker. Thank you. As we were talking about racing a little bit, I'll close out the racing topic. I know a lot of people hate when I talk about racing, but racing is very much a part of my life. Even though my son hasn't spoken to me in 2 years, and we did the predominantly most of our race, it was a father-son situation, which kind of sucks. And you can't enjoy an activity that you got you at 3 years old started getting your son involved in, and to the point where his mother was mad at, was like, you're putting him in a go-kart at 3. Like, yep.
So dangerous.
Oh my God, for real? Like, he's 3, and I got all the equipment. I got this little old used go-kart, and I got the helmet, and I got a fire suit, and I got a gloves. And we're gonna put him in this little old, like 19. I think I still have the very first quarter midget that I bought for him, Lummy. It was like an old, really, really old type of. I don't even know if the shocks worked on it.
Primetime Toys 50 on the cash app. Where'd you get it from?
From JR and Ray Garcia from the Ambassador go-kart track out there in Balm, Indiana.
Go-karts don't have
Balm, Florida.
The go-karts we run don't have shocks. Those things have shocks?
The difference between quarter midgets and go-karts is that quarter midgets have suspensions.
Oh, okay. Now I understand.
Yeah, which are more like race cars.
Mm-hmm.
Go-karts don't have suspensions.
It's just the tire.
For the most part, and the camber and the various things you can build into that. But so at 3, I get my kid going on this. It's unheard of to start a kid at 3. I had them all strapped in, and the first thing for just their first 6 months, all we worked on was how to stop the car, where the brake is. Nice. So I disconnected the throttle. The throttle did not work. I'd strap them all in, and it was just, and I would set the
idle and brake.
I would just set the speed with the idle screw, which wouldn't go very fast. But I'd have them say, the only thing I need you to do is to stay on the track, and when I put my hand up, stop. That's it. So for 3 months, that's all we did. And then Lummy, I kept turning the idle screw up a little bit faster, a little bit faster, and a little bit faster, and he would stop better and better. Got to eventually to the point where the idle screw was turned all the way up. Now I had to hook the throttle up, and he could stop on a dime.
Perfect.
And knew what that was. So then we hooked the throttle up, put obviously a throttle stop, but we went from, we went to, so it could go quarter throttle capabilities. And then from quarter throttle, we go to half, and then from half to 3/4. And then eventually you give him all the throttle, and now you're 5, and you're allowed to compete because the Quarter Midget Association of America, you had to be 5. So Tyler's 5, and he already has 2 years of no, none of these other kids were doing this. He'd already had probably 15, 20,000 laps. He goes out on his first race. He starts last because he's a rookie. He's the rookie. Other kids had already been in the class, so Tyler had to wait till June 20. What's that?
That was me. My bad.
Doing what?
I just put a class down and it made noise.
He needs nutrients.
What was there a wrapper there or something?
It had plastic around it, and I tried to I actually pulled it out underneath the table so as not to make noise, and it made a little bit of noise.
You're the noisiest, trying not to make noise person there is. And
that's why I'm not a good hunter. I make too much damn noise. I'm a noisy guy. I cough, I sneeze, I crack my knuckles, gassy.
I demand the same wilderness silence as
a hunter.
Yes,
as an elk.
You should be quiet like a hunter in here until you have to speak.
Yes,
quiet
sir.
like a hunter.
Yes, sir.
So Tyler had already, he just June 25th. So for all the season starts in March. So March, April, May, all we do is go and watch the meets the kids were going to be competing against, but then after the track we would go and I'd rent the track out and we'd do laps, and the kids would see us turning faster times than they were, and they'd get mad as hell.
I'm sure.
Because they knew this kid was coming. Tyler starts 8th in an 8-car race, his first race. And
he was how old at this point?
Five. And by lap 3, he was winning.
Oh.
But Lummy would have won his very first race, but a kid named Isaac took him out on the last lap.
Oh, what
Stupid
a dick.
Isaac.
No, it was just.
I'll kick his ass.
They didn't. None of them really know how to take any of them out on purpose. They're just erratic at 5. So it really wasn't Isaac's fault. He's just being a 5-year-old. Like, now as they got older, 7, 8, 9, now they really have good car control and they can put the car where they want. But when they're at 5, they're just trying to keep it on the track. It wasn't Isaac's fault. No, Tyler was calculated and was smooth and had picked the line to pass him. He was a lapped car.
We got Phoenix on the line.
Oh, we do have a Phoenix?
729
Awesome.
or 629.
Now, how are we going to be able to prove that they're really...
I got their area code, but they're supposed to send a picture too.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, so you're in the Phoenix area. Listen, now, would you be honest? Are you listening to us on one of our 2 frequencies in Phoenix?
At the moment, I am not, because I'm in the north side of Phoenix, and the frequencies aren't that strong. But when I'm over in the Mesa side, I always flip it over.
And what 2 frequencies are we on there, buddy?
The Rattler and, what's the other, 99.1? I can't think of it.
Well, there's 93.7 and 99.1. You're probably familiar with the 93.7 one.
Yes.
All right. Well, when you can listen to us, that way, do so. And then obviously,
I do. Always in the Mesa.
All right, you know what, Lummy? I just for some reason call me a sucker. I believe this guy. This guy has a lot of believability in his
He
voice.
sounds sincere.
I think he comes from a good place.
And he knows, and I got an email earlier that said the Strongers in Mesa, Arizona, from
and he knew that, of course. So, sir, I'm gonna get your information. The Merch Crate's gonna send you out a little Bubba prize pack. Okay, buddy?
Awesome. Thanks, you guys.
Thank
Love
you.
you guys. Keep it up.
Yeah, put you on hold. Let me get his information. So, anyway, talking about racing, closing the racing chapter out. One of the reasons why, and these are the guys that I had at my track Friday, Saturday, they returned. These guys are so popular, and the fans want them so much that that's Lummy getting his information. So please.
He has to.
No, there's going to be a little bit of back talking in the back. He doesn't have the ability to whisper. Lummy's not a good whisperer.
He's trying.
He's just a goat whisperer.
Well, it's also hard because of the person on the other line may not be able to hear him.
Right, exactly. So this is USAC. They're 410 all aluminum cubic inch motors that create 900 horsepower, and they only weigh 1,350 pounds.
Jay's
so
here.
Jay's here. Yeah. Perfect. He's on the couch too. Is he?
Yes, yes.
You ready to go, Jay?
I am. Be quiet.
Wow, he really got in good.
I heard Danny. I'm not going to make any
He doesn't want
noise.
to get yelled at.
I don't want to make any noise.
Yeah, Danny, and he's so disruptive. So anyway, we used for 13. I think this is our 14th or 15th year of having USAC come to our track. And we just keep doing it. Like the fans just want more and more of these because we're one of only 2 tracks that run these guys, and we've been running them consistently for 14 years. We were the only track that ran these guys in February. February with dirt racing in Florida in February is what is commonly affectionately known as the Winter Nationals, the Dirt Winter Nationals. So almost every form of dirt car in America, whether it's an open wheel modified or a big block modified or a 410 non-wing sprints or 410 wing sprints or late models or 604 crates or UMP modifieds or dwarf mods. Every class from all over America converges in on Florida, and various tracks have built little niches as to what they're noted for and what Bubba Raceway Park Ocala Speedway is most noted for. We were the first ones to bring in USAC 13 years ago. Well, they had came to Florida like in the 70s and 80s, but there'd been a very long hiatus with all the ownership changes and stuff in the track. and USAC hadn't come to Florida, for a long time. Well, me being from Indiana, there's deep USAC roots in Indiana. Like that's where the majority of the sport is originated from. Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania. It's very much a Midwestern thing, and more importantly, an Indiana thing. So when I bought the track, I told Tom Bean, I'm like, listen, we need to bring USAC down here in February. These guys, these are some real racers. So we had our first USAC race this past Friday and Saturday, and normally we would be done with it, right? But we got with the sanctioning body, Kurt Spridge, and we're like, listen, because they go to Volusia. They race my place Friday and Saturday, and then they go over to Volusia for 2 days. Well, normally they would be done, right? Well, I'm like, while all the racers are still in Florida, let's have them just come back over to my place, and let's go ahead and race Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Awesome.
I mean, you're already down here.
It's so much easier.
Right, you're already down here. Do you want to turn north on Tuesday night and head back to Indiana?
Cold ass Indiana.
Or do you want to go and extend your time out away from the shop, for another week, and go down and go 52 miles over to Bubba Raceway Park and race another 3 features, and Saturday night's $10,000 to win?
Do you think it's like spring training that, they all come down here because there's nowhere to race up there? I mean, it's a snowstorm in the nor'easter.
It's exactly
Indiana,
like that.
there's nothing to do up there. They got to come down here.
That's what this whole international thing was the premise was built upon. And so before I close out this topic, we had them last week. We're going to have them again this week, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. See if you can make it to Bubba Raceway Park. Lummy, I think this is the most busiest that Nashville is. Like everybody, I think Big Red's going.
Yeah.
Everybody
is getting an RV.
Yeah, Grouper Lips is getting an RV. Buck's getting an RV. I don't know if it's from Giant Recreation World or whatever, but anyway, this is going to be a big weekend for me. Let me show you why. And Jay, you're familiar with racing.
Sure.
Let me show you why USAC 410 non-wing racing is the absolute best racing. So first of all, like Dan, all too often, kind of like maybe sometimes the sport that you and Jay, like the road racing, you know what I'm saying? You guys are road racers, right?
Yes.
You guys have road racing.
We're not really oval racers. We're more road racers.
But what I'm saying is, like, there's just not a lot of passing. There's strategic points on the track that you can try to put your car in position. If you're really racing, first of all, the Doctors League doesn't even race. You guys race against the clock.
Right.
But and even in Formula One, there's just, there's 3
or 4 points on the track. You have a shot at passing, and that's it.
And that's
it.
Yes.
Yes.
But the reason why I like USAC, and I want you to watch this guy right here from the up. Can you guys see the arrow?
Mm-hmm.
His name's Robert Blue.
Red and white.
Yeah, his name's Robert Blue. He's from Kokomo, and he's no nonsense. He doesn't have near the fancy cars or near the sponsors. He works for an excavation company in Kokomo, but they call him the Madman because like why a lot of cars will be kind of following the leader, down low. The Madman puts it up high, and this is why I like USAC racing, because what other form of racing, not even NASCAR, can you just put it up high and slide your wheels across and damn near wreck almost every lap? This is why I love USAC. Watch.
Danner going to come in and try to steal.
Just watch this car right here. You can watch the rest of the cars too, but watch this car. This is why I love it.
4-spot away battle for second.
Okay, so he knows the guy is going low. Where's he got to go?
High.
He has it. CV wants it.
Way. Hold on.
Blue again. Going top side.
I mean, way out there. Now, you're kind of losing a little bit of speed while you're scrubbing down. Then watch him get shot out.
To turns 3 and 4. Danner to the inside. Blue this time a little bit better run. But Danner still right there, and he's going to have it.
Now watch this. And it's like chopping wood. He keeps chopping wood, and eventually that momentum, Dan, in a pendulum-like way, eventually it'll catch up. You'll get the backside of the momentum, and if there's no caution, and so like the USAC guys, they're winding it up, and then they finally pick that spot, the dive low, and give the guy a slide job. But it's after like a 2 or 3 lap wind up. Watch this.
Breaks Danner up into the 4-spot. Blue back
so
to
the last time we went by the start finish, he was in second, right?
Yeah.
Our guy here.
5th up front. Justin Grant.
Well, he wasn't in second, but he was getting beat by the 33.
Coming around to twin flags and 2 to go. Next time
Now,
by
see,
White.
Can you see him chopping the wood, Dan? See now, look
Yep,
how much.
little
Look,
by little, it's almost
Flag
even.
coming. Baloo not
Yeah,
giving up on the
yeah.
outside.
There you go.
Retakes the spot.
Got him.
Throws her into the high side of turns 1 and 2. Can he reel in Logan Seavey and get a podium finish here tonight? Running out of time to try to get it done.
He's lifting.
He's on like one tire.
These guys are insane.
They come to the wave of the white flag and 1 to go.
Now, see, Dan, that pendulum's starting to work now a little bit, but the bottom guy's still in play. If Blue would miss one corner, the bottom guy would get him. See, now Blue shut the door on him. See it?
Working onto the back straight.
Now, because it's 1 lap to go, so he's like, I'm going to pendulum until then. I'm going to chop you down.
Wait for the final time.
Justin Grant, this guy's the man.
Number 1 of the 2024 season, and
now how out of control is that?
No kidding. Wow.
But he's like so much more controlled looking.
It's
Look at
going to
him.
start
Look at that.
victorious for Justin Grant in 4.
Jeez.
CJ Lyric across in second.
No
Logan
one near
Seavey in
him.
third.
So anyway, like that's why I love USAC racing. Oh my God. And to be there. Dan, Todd Foster came.
Really?
Todd Foster came Saturday night and
That's
watched.
awesome.
He's a big fan.
He's a race fan, Dan. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
He's a big race fan, and your circle's pretty much considered a sling and D too.
Oh,
is he?
yeah, for sure. In the federal world, for sure.
I mean, he is one of Tampa's sling and Ds, right?
He's one of 2 calls I make if I know someone that's in some federal problems.
Right, exactly. And he's probably the first one.
It just depends the issue. He's the first one for a lot of issues.
Yeah. Hello.
Morning.
I'll tell you one thing, Jay. He's got this real sexy case going on that I got to try to find the docket on.
I know. I want to read it.
Can you have your legal team find that document?
Yeah, just text me something. Text me the name or whatever.
Okay, because I'd really like for you to look at it because I guess Todd told me you need to go look. You need to go find this. Because it's gonna. I mean, the news, man. It is an unbelievable story that he's taken to civil trial. I think in 2 weeks, it's gonna be a big, huge trial here in Tampa, and it's gonna be a big whodunit. Hello.
It's a federal civil case.
It's almost as big.
Hey, good morning.
No, it's a state level civil case. State level civil case. Hello. Yes. Go ahead.
Hey, quick question. Bubba, do you get any financial assistance for your events from the county?
What do you mean?
That's a good question.
I ran events in Florida before I moved to Texas. I lived in Florida for 46 years, and I used to run some events for USA Swimming in the Lee County area. And we had what was called the Lee County Sport Authority, which was a branch of the county government, and their sole job, and I'm sure Jay or Dan will understand, it's called heads and beds. Their goal was to simply bring in events that would fill up motel rooms and fill up the restaurants and things of that sort. And they would like I put one on at FGCU, and they paid the whole prize money for the whole event.
Like what was? Give me the number that what type of check did you get? Give me the volume.
I got $30,000.
All right,
that's significant.
So you're saying I
put that just to cover my cost.
Right.
Cover costs,
so maybe I
and
should get
then
I should get in front of Marion County, the Marion County Sports Authority, and say, hey, listen, I bring this many people. I bring this many people in hotel rooms.
Yes.
But I'm having trouble breaking even. So help me out so I can continue this and do it for years and years.
Yeah,
that's a great idea.
Absolutely, and get your as much information you can. You know the economic impact you've had. You know you can estimate like
well, no, hold on. Here's
you got real data.
You can show the impact.
Here's what I could do easily is I could call a few of the hotels around. And because, I mean, Dan, I can only imagine how many more hotel rooms are sold because we do this event and say, hey, listen, in full disclosure.
And you do it at a slow time of the year, which is double. The fact that you fill up hotel rooms the second week of February or the first week of February, that's exactly what they want. If you can run an event during the down times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is not, like, listen, anybody can sell a hotel room in Florida in the second week of March, but to clear till May 1st. But when you're selling a hotel, you know what, Lummy, we should get with Tampa and see what the economic impact of BARP is.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, they're like they're I got.
It's actually a very good idea.
I think I got a better chance.
You probably have a big impact on
Marion County than I do here.
Yeah, Jane Gasser.
Hey, great.
I can almost guarantee you that you have a committee of that in Marion County. I can almost guarantee because they have a big aquatic complex they just built.
No, there is one. I'm looking at. Yeah, there is one.
Yeah, let me.
Ocala Marion County has a.
There you go, bud.
Hey, I certainly.
That's a good idea.
That's a great idea.
Thank you for the insight. Thank you for the information. For real. Thank you. I'm gonna look into that.
Insights rather than insults.
Thank you for having a great show.
All right, man. Thank you, buddy.
Amazing.
What a great suggestion.
Yeah, it is.
Was that radio plutonium or what?
What, you think I like avoiding my wife and kids to hang out with 19-year-old girls all day?
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
Tried to promote the city. I think you told me that a guy went and got with the city and tried to promote it, and it went from a no-name place to one of the most sought-after destinations for 2 or 3 months of the year for big wave surfing. It's crazy. Yeah, all in 5 years, maybe 10 years.
Super wild. Any towers?
Send me that whole USAC one too.
What whole USAC?
Mm-hmm.
Right, sorry about that.
The whole thing.
What were you saying, sir?
Does this weekend help your bottom line for the year?
Mm-hmm.
It's got to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Could you imagine if you could expand it and get some of it paid for?
Oh my God.
All right, hold on. Bubba line 2, he's from Terre Haute, and I guess he wants to tell you a story about one of your old DJ buddies. See if you know it.
1260 in Phoenix has really good coverage. It
Yeah,
covers
they,
the entire city. The translators are moving to the downtown area. They have a construction permit. 93.7.
97.3.
Is there anything I can do to learn that so you don't have to come in here much and do this? Is there anything I can do?
It's fine.
Okay.
He was doing video stuff, so
No, I don't. I just feel bad every time you have to walk in here and stop doing what you're doing. If it's just a switch, I'll just switch it on.
eventually we'd like to get a camera set where it's just there.
You could switch it in maybe from in there. That would be good.
It's on the list.
Let me say our YouTube audio might have been a little choppy.
Yeah, I think Rick's working on it.
Okay.
What Macho came in. Morning, Felix. Send him a text. Morning, Bubba. How are you, Flag? Morning, Jake.
Good morning, Lummy. How you doing, buddy?
How are you doing?
I'm good.
What's up, Airtime Ski Pole?
Thanks for the invite. I guess Ashley invited my wife to come over and hang out on the Super Bowl. No, we didn't have. I had actually some Jesuit boys over.
Oh yeah.
Which was fun.
Yeah, we had a couple come over just to walk her. They were like,
Yeah, I figured it would be a couple. We had literally 3 kids in my family, but I had to be there for it, and she had to be there for it.
Of course.
I just didn't feel like she was cooking for the boys and stuff. But I figured it wasn't a real party.
No, it was.
Steven had a real one. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, we had a girl that was actually born same hospital, same day, same everything.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You guys met him in the hospital?
No, they actually were bowlers. They bowled.
Interesting.
We have a package from Tees for all lunch every day.
No, it does.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we ran into them when they were walking down the hall, and they had the room next to us.
Is your wife a fantastic bowler?
Well, who's on 2?
She doesn't bowl. The Terre Haute guy, Terre Haute.
Okay, tell me it's going to be 3 minutes.
All right.
It's just a Bo, it's just me. Huh? It's just me. Hello. Hey, we're gonna be back in about 3 minutes. All right. Make yourself rather.
Put this right here where it belongs. Oh, and yourself? Yeah. Doing anything? Is it your anniversary tomorrow or something? Or no, it's on the night.
Daddy-daughter dance Friday night. I went to the track Saturday morning. Little different dinner for lunch.
You never know what you're
Saturday
gonna
afternoon.
Some of those little thicker than others?
Yeah.
The other one's got more
Yeah, it's like because literally Sunday. Today's my daughter's birthday and then Valentine's Day.
Today's your daughter's birthday?
Yeah, she's 12.
Just loaded with
So,
calories.
I will.
I just want to get you fat and
So,
make you happy.
Saturday I had to
But
go to
there's
track,
actually
then I went
one
to
natural
Long
one.
with my wife, and then Sunday we had some Jesuit boys over for football games. It was a great weekend. Like,
Right, exactly.
perfect weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Meal was good.
Oh, yeah.
Still loving my wife.
That's good. What was I gonna say? Oh, you probably have to call the florist, or you're already.
Yeah, he calls me every time. We're up to 18 dozen roses. I give a dozen for every year.
Yeah.
So
Just for
I'm
the-
year
to
two, and
those.
he's like, what
Yeah,
do you
yeah,
need?
for the Ubers.
20
Yeah,
years.
they should-
I
they
said,
should-
fill a room. Well, we fill a couple rooms now. And it's a really frivolous, beautiful thing to do. I asked my wife.
Absolutely, for travel.
Now,
Yeah,
she's like,
much better for
that's the
travel.
only thing
You're like
she-
done.
Yeah. So he calls me like a month ahead of time because it's a good month for him.
Oh, yeah.
18
If
dozen.
it's 18 dozen.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He's my little friend now. He comes over and it's awesome.
That's freaking awesome. How long do those last? Like 2 weeks maybe?
You are about to enter the Bubba Spin Zone. Are you sure you want to do this?
Toss the salad.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show will be a Clem Kush podcast. Go get your our podcast. In fact, I think there's a new Flapping Gaps up there.
Yes.
Really?
And there'll be a new one released this Thursday, I believe, as well.
Wow.
Cool.
We did too.
So, even while we were gone last week, Thursday, Friday, Anna did a Flapping Gaps with my sister. It sounds like she did 2 of them.
Yep.
One for last week and one for this week. Go get. You probably didn't know about last week's. Oh, wow. Excuse me. So go get it. Wherever you get your podcasting. In fact, let me one-stop shopping if you go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Yes, it is.
Just register as a grunt, which costs nothing. Establish a screen name, and you can get our podcast that way if you like. Clem Kush today. Me and Kushner are cutting it up. He's a handful.
Really?
Hello, who's this? Is this the guy
Hey,
from
it's Terre Haute Trav.
Terre Haute Trav? Hello, Terre Haute. Now, what part of Terre Haute do you live in? Because I lived there for 4 years, so I might be able to kind of, in my mind, know where you're calling from.
I'm up on the north end near Fox's grocery store.
Oh, kind of like near Northwind Depart, the Sky King Airport.
Oh yeah, right in that area.
Yeah, I lived in an apartment complex called Northwind Apartments, right by Sky King Airport.
I had a couple girlfriends that lived there.
Yeah, it's where usually most white trizash starts. Is that little complex? Yeah.
Exactly right.
So what do you got? What do you got for me, Terre Haute, Indiana?
Well, I was having a beer with a buddy of mine, and I ran into Party Marty at a local watering hole, and I like, Marty, you remember working with Bubba there at PFR back in the day? He goes, oh yeah. He goes, this one night I was laying on the couch and I get this phone call about 10:30 at night. And it was you. And hey man, I need you to come in the station. I need a hand for a little bit. He's like, what? All right. he goes on into the station. He goes, man, here's all the records. Run the board. I got to do something. I guess you had a little crick out back that you were wanting to get with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Party Marty was an intern at the time at PFR. He wasn't even full time. He was just an intern, and he would do. And I could literally tell Party Marty, "Go wash and wax my car," and he'd go do it. And he was And by the way, and he went on to have a pretty distinguished broadcasting career in Terre Haute. He might still be on the radio.
He is, yeah.
And he's so, I think I kind of probably gave him his start in radio as being my intern. But one of the requirements of being my intern, Dan, was he lived like 2 minutes from the station. He actually lived above me in this absolute crack house of an apartment off of Oak Street. And he could literally be at the station. If I called him, he could be at the station in 3 minutes.
That's unbelievable.
Like 3 blocks away.
Right.
And so I'd get a crick or two or whatever, and I'd want to, not be somewhere other than on the radio, like out back in my car or downstairs. We had a basement down there. I'd take
it if you're from up north.
Yeah, I had shag carpeting too. That wouldn't give you carpet burns on your knees though. So
why were you on your knees?
Dan.
Doggy style? Have you ever heard of that?
I thought you meant on the girls.
I don't know if you've ever heard of that. I don't know if you've ever done that, Dan. I know that you were just standard missionary, little house in the prairie. So now, is that what Marty said? Is that, he came up, I gave him the records. I probably told him, don't crack the microphone. Don't say a word and just play these records.
Well, here's the hook to the story is he was sitting there spinning records and TC walks in and goes, where in the hell is Bubba and what are you doing here?
Tony Clark, by the way, the general manager of the whole place.
Oh, perfect timing.
What Marty said?
He said, well, Bubba called me, said he had diarrhea really bad, and he's back there blowing up the bathroom right now.
Oh, what a good guy.
So he went with it and walked away and went home, but Marty said you called in sick the next day, said you had diarrhea.
That is listen, as much as I hate to admit it,
sell to sell.
That is a very, very factual story on all aspects.
You took advantage of the fib that you were in the diarrhea room. And you're like, I'm going to take tomorrow off.
Yeah, I didn't get paid for it. But they, it kind of eased
solidified
it. It validated, my absence.
Brilliant.
Tell Party Marty I said hi, okay, bud?
I will. Hey, we're heading down there Thursday. We're going to be at the track Saturday night.
Nice.
We found an Airbnb real close to there, so.
Fantastic. I wish you'd be there all couple nights. I wish you would.
Well, we're flying down to my wife's 80th, her dad's 80th birthday party, so we got to hang out in Orlando for a day and a half, and then we're coming up to see you.
Okay, nice. Saturday night it'll be huge. Our past weekend. Did you watch it on Flow at all last weekend?
Oh yeah, we got it on in the garage all the time here.
Did you see me watering the track with a garden hose?
I did.
What, did they show that on Flow?
I believe they did. I saw a clip on Flow on Facebook.
Yeah.
I had probably 15 people out here in the garage, so I was hit and miss watching the race.
All right, my man. Well, listen. Good. Thank you, my little Terre Haute, my fellow Hoshin. Appreciate you. And tell Party Marty, that's what you call a person.
Really?
From yeah, a Hoshin.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes. Am I not right? A person from Terre Haute, you call what?
Hoshin.
He's a Hoshin.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not deflammatory. It's not,
It's not deflammatory.
nothing like that.
Yeah.
Defamatory, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's liable, civil. Sir, good talking to you. Appreciate you.
Good talking to you, Bubba.
Bye now. Patrick Mahomes, I think now that's kind of how long has it been now? I'm going to Disney World, after somebody wins.
Disneyland.
Well, in this instance, it was Disneyland because of geographically where it was. But most of the time, it's Disney World in Orlando. Most of the time. But, obviously, Patrick Mahomes can get from Las Vegas to L.A. quicker than he can from...
Sure.
As long as I can remember. I mean, it's definitely since Disney was open in mid-70s, and don't you think it probably is at least in the 80s, Dan? I mean, I remember forever Joe Montana and those people saying it.
1987.
And I wonder,
right here.
1987. Who started it, Lummy?
It looks like Disney CEO Michael Eisner hosted a dinner party, and they came up with giving them the NFL free tickets for the Super Bowl MVP to come to the park. So
First one to do it on TV was Phil Simms after Super Bowl 21.
And I wonder if they pay the quarterback. I mean, like
$50,000 to say the line.
Oh, for $50,000
really?
to say I'm going to Disneyland.
Yeah. All right. And they get free tickets and all day experience.
Well, not only, but hold on, but not only that, do they get? But I mean, you got to think the experience. I mean, they got bodyguards.
They get to see the jail and stuff. They go in the inside of like,
they're in a golf cart with security.
Yeah. There's no lines.
Like, there's no walk-in.
No.
If you want to ride this ride 400 times in a row, they'll let you.
There's a whole underground city, Anna, including a jail, and like Cinderella's castle has this whole like hidden area where these people get the cool VIP everything. Oh yeah.
Oh, there's little pop-up tunnels all throughout the
It's like the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, yes, it is.
You can say that.
I know.
There's Patrick Mahomes they always do a big parade. And don't think Mahomes' kids just didn't have one hell of a time.
Oh, yeah.
It's even cooler if you got a family. If you're just a
single bachelor.
Yeah,
that's kind of weird.
Like if Gronk had done it, was he going to bring his 3 lunk-headed brothers?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
A couple of young chicks.
What's up at work? But I mean, it's the quarterback. He's got a beautiful wife. They got 2 beautiful children. Mm-hmm. This is like the most picturesque promotion you could actually have.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you rather see him S-face drunk getting pulled off of his boat?
No.
Like Tom, that was so much cooler. He had a water parade.
Yeah, hold on.
He was partying at the Wynn the night before.
But hold on. You're right. I mean, like, if you want to look at just Pimp World.
Yeah, come on.
Tom Brady on his $5 million yacht that he's so drunk that he needs a handler to get off of.
Right.
That's
rock star.
That's rock star winning the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Being with Mickey and Minnie Mouse. And the second thing is this. Why don't you have your family up there?
I know. That's kind of
was
bizarre.
thinking the same thing.
Unless he doesn't want, because everybody's going to be taking. Unless he want a bunch of pictures of his kids out there.
Why do you hold them at the Super Bowl afterwards?
His wife posts them online.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to think why you may not want your kid up there. I don't know. Otherwise, if I'm Patrick Mahomes and Disney says, "Hey, we only want," I'm like, listen, I want my family up here. That's what Disney represents, is family.
Right. I agree with you, Bubba.
Not just
bizarre.
me.
Mm-hmm.
They may be like, we only want you, Well, no, listen. Then you guys are being hypocritical because this is a family environment, and what better? I'm good, but me and my family represent with regards to what your brand is all about. Is now listen. If I was promoting, Fireball whiskey. maybe I should have my
kids at home.
Maybe I should have my kids at that event. But if I'm with Disney World,
Yeah.
then come on.
Maybe
now.
the kid was having a meltdown, or who knows?
I guess he partied all night long and had to go right from, didn't even get any sleep.
Nice.
Was at a rager all night long and
The
had to be
Chainsmokers.
and had to be like at Disney by like 9 a.m.
And he still looks great.
Does he make now? Is it $50,000? Let me to say the line, and do you get more money for an appearance fee?
I would hope so.
Well, that was back in 1987. I don't know how much they made.
Yeah, I mean,
now.
this has got to be a couple $100,000.
Oh, they're paying him to do that.
I mean,
That's cool.
If Travis Kelce had won, do you think he would have brought Taylor Swift with him?
Probably.
Yes.
Who cares?
But you know what? Taylor Swift. But hold on. Here's the
He
thing.
didn't,
though.
so who cares?
No, but hold on. No,
It seemed like the whole world cared 2 days ago.
Jay, actually, I think it's a pretty good question. I have to tell you to be quiet. It's a really good question.
Oh, that's fine. I expect Dan to agree with you anyway.
It's a really good question because I think Taylor Swift's people come to her and say, we don't want you to go there.
Right.
It's watering down your brand, and you're giving Disney all this added value. You have to understand, when you are talking about her, that's a whole nother game changer with regards to brand value and what you're doing for a brand compared to what they're doing for you. And people pay you tens of millions of dollars to strategically promote their brand, why would you give it to Disney for free?
Support your man. I
Right.
don't know.
It looks like Patrick Mahomes got $5 million to go say the line.
There you go.
To say the line?
Yes.
Do you even have to go?
No, you got to say the line and go.
Oh, okay. Correct.
Yeah, he-
say the line and go. See, did I not sniff that out? I knew. I knew.
You did $5 million.
Think Phil Sims' ass is burning right now?
And his family was, his whole family was there. They just weren't on the float at
Yeah,
that
but
time.
see, at that time, I would like my family's on the float the entire time.
Well, and then on top of that, so he went to Disneyland and then he spent most of the day doing stand-up interviews on ESPN in front of the castle.
Yeah.
But it's the castle. It's still priceless for
it's
Disney because
advertising.
it's the castle in the background.
Yeah, but Disney owns ESPN, so it's full circle anyways.
Yeah, you know what? But it warrants Disney writing that large of a check if you can, one, get them for your Disneyland parade deal, say the line on TV, and then three, get all these ESPN wraparounds from Disney Park. That pays for itself.
Sure does.
If you're just a regular Disneyland and you don't own ESPN and you can't get the added value wraparounds, and it's just straight $5 million to go to the park and say the line, it may not.
It's not as good of a bargain.
No, but when you're doing stand-up wraparounds from the backdrop of the Magic Kingdom, that probably is really a good value for Disney. To get Patrick Mahomes, the MVP of the Super Bowl, to do your parade, say your line. And by the way, this was the most watched television Super Bowl. This is the most watched Super Bowl ever.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, ever. I think was it 122 or 133 million?
I think I saw 122 million.
Yeah, and then
That's over a third of the U.S. population.
And then the Nielsen ratings added like the streaming and all that kind of thing. Like it's really a large number.
How do they determine views exactly? Because is it just like TVs? Because in one room you could have like 10 people.
They,
you know what I mean?
They don't. It's an estimate. Let's let's really probably not get.
Sorry,
into
let's not talk about. Hey, we got shirts.
We got what?
We got shirts from Tees.
From Sister Girl Tees.
Yeah, all of us. It smells really good. Smells like it.
You know what? Let's do that. Let's do that next.
Okay.
We have to get into the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce Super Bowl festivities, and then we have to get into what was our clip? Oh,
Jon Stewart.
Yeah, Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart now is making his long-awaited return to the Daily Show. I think the guy's brilliant.
I think he's good. The guy that replaced him, the African American guy, wasn't very funny.
He's not African American. He's
South
yeah,
African.
you're right. He is.
He's African American.
Yeah.
Come on, stop splitting
Well, he's South
hairs.
African.
It's
So
South
yeah.
Still Africa.
Yeah, I know.
He's South African American.
Well, I don't know if
West
he's American.
African
That's what I'm saying.
That's whatever. Black guy from Africa.
You guys done?
Wait, he wasn't that funny.
No, and Jon Stewart
He's
is
brilliant.
very funny.
He's brilliant. He's really
when
smart.
You're brilliant
what
and
he
you
does.
replace it with somebody that's not very brilliant,
Yes.
then it makes that brilliant guy that left even more brilliant, and you need him more back quickly. We'll talk about that before we leave today as well.
That particular situation was getting pretty hairy.
All right. Want to make sure you're on top of it.
Time for some words before we get back to the mayhem with the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
What am I looking at?
Thank you.
I love
Kind of
those
go
AR
back and
shirts. I
forth
think
there,
those
so
things
if you-
kill
Oh, I
it.
wear those all the time.
My
Yeah.
kids love it. I love it.
Oh. One's so big compared to Jay. What's up? Let's see if Trevor knows as a U.S. citizen. Okay, in 2020, Trevor became a naturalized U.S. citizen, so he's African American. Mistake. How's that fruit? What kind of fruit? You still eating them? What do you like?
Sumo oranges.
Sumo. I was like bloody oranges. I was like,
And those grapes and apples and strawberries
oh fuck yeah, dude! You're
today.
getting vitamin C. You're getting fiber. You're getting prebiotics. You're getting polyphenols. You're getting antioxidants. What's up, Colby Coke, 1962? Was reading this thing on like Taylor Swift where it was like she was in the club singing to her like her own songs. Like this bitch fucking like went from just played a sold out show, like 2 sold out shows in Tokyo, flew back on a private jet, flew to Las Vegas, watched her boyfriend win the fucking Super Bowl.
Right.
Now she's in a club and they're playing her songs and everyone is singing along and knows the words.
Her
Like,
ego's gotta be,
it's like
gotta
just
be hard to
insane. Like when you think about all of those things combined.
What were all the things?
It was something like, you know, her singing. They were playing a Taylor Swift
sold
song.
out show in Japan, and then she flew private jet to Vegas to see her boyfriend win a Super Bowl, to go to a nightclub in Vegas where they're playing her music and everybody in the whole place is singing her song, including her ginormous boyfriend.
Yeah, knows all the
Knows
lyrics.
every word.
And you're just like, it was really like mind blowing because even just one of those things is insane, but like collectively.
How do you know if anyone really likes you? You know what I mean? If you're her, you must be so
Who cares?
fucking
Like,
weird. I guess who cares? You're right.
Yeah, you're just like
Everyone's
just the
subservient to
level
you.
of success on every level is just mind blowing. Yeah, she was singing along to her own song. Her boyfriend's. Everyone in the club is singing the words, like to the point where they like stop the music and the people like continue singing the song. You know, like
Yeah.
everyone knew the lyrics.
Yeah.
I was just like, whoa, that's fucking crazy.
What up, Berto Perez? Yeah, I agree, Trickney. Travis is too much of a fan. When I looked at him in the club, it looked like my wife and daughter, like singing his music, her music. You know what I mean? It's like he knows her music as much as my 12-year-old daughter.
Yeah, so you're saying he's a mark?
A mark.
Yeah.
He's a huge mark.
Yeah, I mean that's okay, right? He's just.
I mean, sort of. He'd be cooler if he was sort of not a mark.
I think he's trying to.
What up, Grouper Lips?
He's having
Of
a
Army
good
for
time.
Life.
Throwing back a few drinks.
I think they're co-promoting too. They're like, if it worked, great. If it doesn't, let's just continue to help each other's brands.
I mean,
their brands are.
No,
like,
I think they genuinely like each other.
I do too.
I think it's pretty asymmetrical. Like I don't know how much he's helping her brand, but she is. The fact that
She's definitely helping
the
his
fact that
brand.
we know who his sister-in-law is, and we're like, oh, what's
But what it does do,
Nancy's
but what he
sister-in-law?
does do, what he does do, Anna, which is that he kind of mans up her brand a little bit, not in such a way that not in such a way that girls would stop liking her, but in such a way that guys like me will start liking her. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's interesting because it almost like makes it okay for someone to sing along.
Yeah, but here's the
But
thing.
not really.
I'm not gonna sing along, but
Me
I
either.
got mad respect for her and her brand and just her overall swagger and her
Yeah.
demeanor and her classiness.
Cross-pollination of each other.
Yeah, so like, I would really not know much about her. I wouldn't take as much interest in her if it wasn't who she's with.
Yeah.
I find him to be a fucking, stud.
Yeah.
Fucking pimp.
You know what he did for real though is my wife and daughter both bought 87 Swift jerseys and wore them during the game. My wife watched almost the whole game.
That's
She's
what I'm
never
saying.
ever done that before. My son would say, "Okay, name one player other than Travis Kelce, Sage." Stood up, Trey. Doesn't know anything. Yeah. I mean, it's just.
But that's what I'm saying. Is like I thought it was asymmetrical because like she's obviously helping his brand, but is he really doing it?
No, it's.
And Bubba was saying that it's more.
We'll get into that. We gotta get into that.
Dan would agree with you.
Well,
We gotta get into that.
Dan co-signs everything, Bubba.
All right, quiet. We got everybody quiet. Shut the fuck up. We're losing the spontaneity. And the camera's off. Here we go.
At least he has his priorities in order.
Great. What do we do with him now?
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Anna did a Flapping Gaps last week podcast with my sister. That's available wherever you get your podcasting stuff. iHeart, iTunes, Apple Music, Spotify, Google Play. It doesn't matter, including Bubba Army HQ, which we prefer. Thank you. There's a Flapping Gaps up there. There's yesterday's exclusive podcast show with Seth. And then today is Clem Kush, the much anticipated Clem Kush. All of that's usually up by 2 o'clock. Lummy repurposes on X.
Yes.
Anna repurposes it on Instagram.
Yep.
I repurpose it on Facebook and things like that. So look for today's podcast, Clem Kush, up by 2 o'clock. Now, Anna started breaking. The next thing I was going to talk about was the fact that
and packages.
Yes, well, we may get to those. Okay, I can just see you're just over. You're way aggressive with
Sorry,
packages. In
the
fact,
caffeine's really hitting me hard. My
almost,
heart is racing.
I almost should maybe have you bring the box up here.
Sure, you want to?
Just to because you're just gonna kill me with it.
She's already smelling it.
Yeah. She's very package aggressive, and I guess it's from Sister Girl Tease.
She said it smells very nice.
It's from Sister Girl Tease that I think maybe has each gotten us each something potentially.
She's super cool too, by the way.
Love her. She's probably going to be a Hall of Famer. I'm thinking I might induct her.
Oh, awesome.
She's got a boner.
Shouldn't be tipping my hat to that, but I would be willing to say she's pretty much a lock-in for at least an induction. I'm sorry for
she's on a short list
candidate
for the Hall of Fame. Which when do we usually do that? Like August or something? When do we do that?
Usually
No, we do it way earlier than that because we have to make Grouper Lips has to make the busts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the nominees and the.
He gets some new printers this year, but no, we normally do it in August.
In August, okay.
Yeah, before the cutoff in September.
All right, cool.
That's
Thanks.
right.
So we were talking about Taylor Swift. And Anna and Jay were going on about it, and I then got involved. And then I told everybody to shut up because I wanted to talk about it on the radio. because it is absolutely, if you break the Taylor Swift rub down, initially probably people think, well, Travis Kelce is getting all the upside to the Taylor Swift rub. And I would say that percentage-wise, it's probably a better upside for him personally and his brand and his popularity and just his overall swag score of life being with arguably the most popular person in the world who happens to be an attractive, musician.
Billionaire.
Like probably the largest musician since I put Taylor Swift ahead of Madonna.
She's like a Michael. Yeah. She's like a Michael Jackson. She's like a Madonna. She's one of the superstars.
I think she's bigger than Madonna.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think Michael Jackson was as big as there was in our generation. I think she's that big.
I don't know if she's Elvis Michael Jackson status, but she's close. Like she's right up there.
I think so.
Yeah, I think she is.
So let's say that she is. She's Michael Jackson. Elvis. Type of status where, the world just goes, she's just a mega star, and she is now, dating an NFL football player, and it's all the hubbub. It's all the talk. She attended, about half of his games. They just really started, didn't they meet he went to one of her concerts and
gave her a bracelet.
They did an Insta thing where he said something about you're the bomb and I want to come to your concert. There's some kind of
heard it was
something about a bracelet with a phone number on it.
Yeah, Jay.
It was social media, I believe.
He shot a shot.
Well,
no,
Jay's kind of correct because he reached out to her on social media and she ignored him.
Oh,
and so he went to the concert and then gave her the bracelet or whatever with his number on it.
So it was literally a social media reach out.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, it was a social media rejection.
That's right.
And then he had to go do an old school, and that's where you show up in person.
Yep.
And
goddamn concert with all these little girls screaming.
He was the only 6'8" man in the whole arena. Hey, where's he?
Yeah.
Right there.
Whose dad came? Whose dad with a beard came?
By himself.
So
Exactly.
I mean, you got to kind of give it to Travis for like saying, hey, I want to go. I like this. I want to go out with this chick.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as you want to dislike him, he won the Super Bowl.
No, you don't want to. I mean, I don't like what he did to Andy Reid, but I can see in the spirit of competition, You know, he was yelling at the coach about, I don't need to be off the field. I am a premier all-pro player. Whatever formation that you have and the play that you just ran didn't work. It just got stuffed. I need to be in all plays. And listen, I get it. And when you are a player of that caliber, he is correct. It's probably a mistake to have any type of play, Lummy, without him in it.
Yeah.
And the only time that he takes a break is when he's dead-ass tired and he needs a blow.
Correct.
You know? Takes himself out for a play or two. That a lot of players do that. A lot of players are full-time players unless, you know, you have an injury or, you know, whatever. And so he had a little bit of a confrontation with the coach. Andy Reid handled it in about the absolute most classiest way. Both handle it. Both handled it to the point where they had no legs. It had no more legs. It got shut right on down. So that guy, that rugged dude who's got a beard and he's like 6'6", 240, in shape, good looking. I mean, Anna, is he not considered a? He's a
very handsome man.
Very, very handsome.
He is?
Yeah, I think so. I think women find him very handsome.
Yeah.
All right.
Very handsome man. He starts dating.
I didn't think he was unattractive. I didn't know he was a very handsome man.
He's a very handsome man. Not all of them come in slickster Guidos like you guys.
No?
I mean,
I thought they all looked Italian.
Sometimes they look a bit more airy.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody that's not a Guido is not necessarily.
That was a prerequisite for me.
Quit being so Guido, okay?
Yes, sir.
So
I'll be Dan. Yes, sir.
They start dating. They really become a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so Anna was like, oh, no, Travis Kelce has brand so much brand. I'm like, listen, have you ever thought about this? Taylor Swift was not on my radar prior to dating Travis Kelce. Now, I think there's probably, and I consider myself a regular dude. I'm a regular dude. There's probably a lot of dudes like me. They're like, I wouldn't consider myself a Swiftie, but I'll tell you what I do is I really appreciate her, how big of a superstar. I can see firsthand how big of a superstar she is. I can see that she's classy. I can see that she's attractive. I can see that she holds herself, to a pretty high standard. I mean, you don't see, Taylor Swift out all night with the girls drunken and like Paris and Britney and all those bitches used to, Tara Reid. Remember the Brat Pack?
Oh, yeah.
You don't see you don't
get out of the limo with no panties on and short skirts.
Taylor Swift is so brilliantly handled. You don't ever see that. She's a class act. And what I think part of the rub is just not her to Kelce, but it's dudes like me that think that Kelsey's a pretty rugged dude, and I have now been exposed to Taylor Swift. So I think there's a certain amount of men like me that are now, kind of think that Taylor Swift is cool, and she can't even really account for that factor, right?
I was going to agree with you because that's what we usually do, especially Dan. But I think more and more that, I don't know, for me, it just makes it even cheesier for me to see this grown man singing the lyrics like my wife and my 12-year-old daughter. For me, is a bit off-putting. So I kind of have, there's two camps. You either like, I'm not going to listen to Taylor Swift in my car with the windows down singing the lyrics like
Neither
he
am
was.
I. Neither am I. Neither
I'm
am
not
I.
going to go buy a Taylor Swift song.
Neither am I.
At the same
Who
time,
buys music?
I've probably paid for more Taylor Swift stuff than anyone should ever because of my wife and child.
Right.
So
she's hold on. She's getting in your pocket.
Oh,
it's always
she's
the
been there.
kids.
Right. You're so there. Don't even think about. You don't even like her, and she's getting in your pocket.
You know what I like is what you said before. She's good, clean, wholesome, and for my daughter, she's a fantastic role model.
Absolutely. If your mom, if your daughter wants to spend 10 hours watching Taylor Swift videos, that's not going to make a bad impression on her.
Nope.
She watched 10 hours of just regular YouTube. She's going to stumble upon some stuff that she probably shouldn't be.
She's not into anime or into goth or into Billie Eilish and these dark lyrics. She does like Nirvana. But, she's just a little kid that likes girly stuff, and that's
Right.
amazing to me. And so Taylor Swift is the perfect role model for that.
That girl that your daughter likes for little girly stuff also has my admiration for just how well handled, oiled mega machine she is, and how Anna said it best. You just sold out I don't know how many shows in Tokyo.
It's something I saw online.
Yeah,
it wasn't me.
Okay. So Anna saw this online, and let's see if I can wade through it correctly. I just did 6 shows in Tokyo.
Yeah, I think it was 2.
Yeah, 2 shows in Tokyo.
Sold out.
Probably, you know what? I don't know what Taylor Swift profit per show is, but I would be willing to say, here, let me just guess, and I'll ask Alexa. I bet you she makes nearly $1 million a show.
Oh, at least.
Hey, Alexa, how much does Taylor Swift profit in one show?
Taylor Swift's concerts can generate an estimated $13 million per night, with her Eras tour potentially bringing in $1 billion.
Jesus.
Yes, 13 mil a night.
All right, so 13 one concert can bring in 13 million. Now, I don't know what her costs are and things like that, but I guarantee you that it's
50 cents on the dollar.
Let's call it 60 cents on the dollar.
Jeez.
With production and everything all in. Okay? I mean, you're still making what? 5 million?
She made $10 million in those 2 nights to an arena full of Japanese people that don't speak English that knew every word to every one of her songs.
So she's made $10 million in 2 nights by our estimations in Tokyo. She gets on her $40 million plane, flies to L.A., has to get in a smaller plane because her too big of a plane won't fit into Las Vegas's private air deal. So she gets on a hoopty ass, $14 million plane, flies into the Super Bowl. Everybody in the entire Super Bowl, every star from Shaquille O'Neal to Usher.
To the Kardashians were an afterthought.
To the Kardashians.
Right.
To every star. To Elon Musk, one of the most richest men in the world.
If not the richest.
From all of those spectrums, and the one place, Shaquille O'Neal even announced it, the one place that every star was trying to get into was Taylor Swift's luxury box. That was the ultimate goal, was to get into her box.
Get into her box.
Right. So she has her own box. The place goes crazy. They show her on TV 12 different times. She looks cute as hell.
She looked great.
She did. She looked great
She
as hell.
chugged a glass of water.
She Okay, I think so.
No, we're just way late.
Yeah, I know. She's in her box. She then goes out with her boyfriend to a nightclub, and
they win.
And
right.
Okay,
And
I forgot the part where they win in overtime.
Right. Her boyfriend wins. Her boyfriend wins. Then they go out to a nightclub, and the entire nightclub, they only play Taylor Swift records, and they all sing to her. And
they all knew the words to her song.
Can you get any more pimp than that?
The answer is no.
No. You are the pimpest human being.
That's right.
In the world,
Yeah.
Miss Taylor Swift. This comes from some stupid 57-year-old man from Indiana. White Triz Ash at its best, from the finest strain. And you by far are the most it person in the world. In the world. And I can only think of a couple people in my lifetime that could even come close to you. Elvis and Michael Jackson.
But
That's
no one
it.
did. But they never did this, where you do a show and go to a Super Bowl and go to a party and do these 3 things together. No one's done that.
You're right. Even the 2 people that I mentioned, they don't even have as much swag as you by even to be able to pull off that. You are truly a trailblazer.
Yep.
Is this it?
No.
That's Usher.
Hey, it's kind of a weird weird name, obviously, but you don't think in the 80s, even early 90s, Hogan, after a wrestling, could go to the Super Bowl, and then after, and everyone would just be in the 80s and 90s when he was running big?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I know it's different because it's not a musician,
but hold on, he wasn't selling out 2 stadiums in Tokyo, making that kind of money, taking a prize.
Was Linda winning Super Bowls? I don't think so.
Linda was hooking up with Nick's best friend.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Then see, that's her song.
Jump on, that's not her song.
Yeah, that's not her song.
That's DJ Mark. Look at where they
Marshmallow.
are. That's Marshmallow right there. I mean, come on.
And his brother.
That's
Anyway,
so cool.
I know we're way late, Lumpy. I'm sorry.
Now, since nobody else has got the guts,
The People's Hammer has spoken.
how does that sound to you, mister? I think it sucks.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after this.
Macho called me a pussy for how I hit the bell before.
Puss bitch. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's pretty badass.
What up, Organic Gene?
What's gonna happen?
When they do.
You don't think it'll last?
Her track record's terrible.
Yeah. But maybe it's just she just didn't find the right dude.
It's hard for me to care. No, I don't know.
Like,
I don't
what do you think the fallout would be? I mean, people would be. I don't even know.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what it is. Just like the hockey player that she dated, all the Swifties will immediately hate Travis Kelce because she'll blame him. She'll write a song about him. The song will hit #1, and she'll continue to be a PIMP, and then he'll have to retire one day and be her former boyfriend.
Yeah. She's coming out with a new album.
See, that's the one thing about him is if they don't last, then he'll be like Hall of Famer and former Taylor Swift boyfriend.
Yeah.
It'll be like a little asterisk forever.
Yeah. Either way, it benefits her, whether they're together or they break up.
I think he sold more jerseys this year than he went from like, I'm gonna make up the number, like outside the top 20 jersey sales to like the #1 jersey sale as soon as they started dating. And that equates to real money.
Yeah.
And then you got the Pfizer deal and you got all these.
When you're selling like extra small child's jerseys with your name on that.
Exactly. Extra, when you're selling onesies.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Really, Ned's Rusty
Does your
Tank. I
wife
didn't know
like
that.
football? I mean, outside of the Taylor thing, does she care?
She goes sometimes. I mean, she doesn't really. She's not a huge football fan. She doesn't dislike it. I mean, she knows what's going on. She can go to a game and watch it with me. But you know, when I go to the box, she rarely goes because she's always, hanging on the stage or whatever. I don't really care.
Yeah. The Trey likes sports.
Trey loves it. Yeah.
The hell is that? Oh.
Very true.
Really, a couple interesting Elvis facts. Elvis never performed outside of the U.S. and Canada, and he never got a Grammy for anything but gospel music. He had 30 #1 songs. Elvis.
Really?
Yeah. And one posthumously, a little less conversation, a little more action, was after he died.
Huh. Like he wrote it, but it didn't get released.
Yeah, it got re-released by a DJ when he was dead 20 years, and then it went hot and went #1, maybe 10 years ago.
And he died on the toilet.
Full on, trying to back one out.
But how did he actually die? Was it like a brain aneurysm?
No, this is where Bubba knows more than anybody, the actual cause of death.
How did Elvis die, Bubba? Exactly.
Opiate overdose, causing
did he
himself
throw
to,
up or like?
causing himself to be constipated, and had a heart attack straining.
Oh.
It's a heart attack straining.
Mm-hmm.
Heart attack. Yeah, Bubba's right. Cause of death has been ascribed to hypertensive heart disease with coronary artery.
Man, you gotta be straining pretty hard.
The doctor said he didn't think the singer had drug problems despite having abused drugs accidentally.
If that happened now, all the people would go to jail around him.
Now they're saying he died of embarrassing cause of chronic constipation. You can die from that. Okay. Well, I just read 3 different articles and they had 3 different causes of death.
It was heart related, and it was on the
Yeah.
toilet. We know that.
He's alive and living in Argentina with Hitler.
Dude. Telling you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I trust anything anymore. Doesn't surprise me. There are like giant Bavarian communities in like Chile.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like they don't speak Spanish, nothing. Like they speak German. Do you know who Tim Kennedy is? Yeah. He was a Green Beret. He went down there and like started interviewing people. It's fucking really crazy.
Nowhere near the rare air at the top of the heap.
I mean, we know what's important.
More like the bottom feeders existing on the scraps of society.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, is that Arizona?
No, it is not. It looks like 8/4. Nope. It's not a.
Not in Arizona, then I ain't taking it. If it ain't, I mean, if it's not Arizona, then it's just going to get me distracted, you know?
Yeah.
Jon Stewart has elected to take over now. Is it on Comedy Central, or is it some other form? No, it's the Daily
Show.
Show.
It's on Comedy Central. It's the Daily Show.
But only 1 day a week.
How young he was.
Oh, I know.
And I know change can be painful, but from change comes growth. A moment for us is gone.
Oh my gosh, that is Jon Stewart's first night as a host for The Daily Show on Comedy Central, as he says. Handsome young man, 25 years ago. So he went on to host the award-winning program, you know this, for 16 years, becoming one of the most influential voices on television. Wow. Stewart stepped away in 2015.
Was it 2015? 10 years ago?
Yep, right during
At the top of his game. And starting
of Trump.
tonight, he's back at the anchor desk at The Daily Show on Mondays. We want to talk about why just Mondays. Through the 2024 election cycle. He will also serve as executive producer. Comedy Central.
Is that still somebody that I don't need to talk to? Is that
the same person?
Same person?
Yeah.
Jesus, let me just get rid of him.
Okay.
Hello. What's so important that you have to bug me? Talking about Jon Stewart taking over The Daily Show. Who's this? Hello. Hello.
Yep.
Exactly.
No wonder he didn't know to hang up.
Idiot.
Like CBS, we have to tell you, is part of Paramount Global, and we're very happy to say Jon Stewart is in the studio. Hey,
Paramount
Jon
Global,
Stewart.
baby.
Yes.
Come on. Who's
Paramount Global, man? They're taking over. Are they not? I mean, they're trying. CB. I mean, look what we've done it. We started it in 2017, going digital, and now everybody has to go. You got to go. You got to play the. It's a dirty game, but you got to play the digital game.
He's running for president?
I don't know. He's running for president.
That's what it says.
But I mean, Lummy, like every network tries to throw you to their digital deal.
Sure do.
I mean, you got to go digital. You just cannot go regular cable or antenna Willie. You got to be streaming, kid, and you got to deliver content to somebody's phone. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
That's a tote bag.
Welcome back,
Paramount
Paramount Global tote bag.
It's all in your green room, sir.
Wait till you see the swag you're getting before you
I thought it was called Viacom, but now it's, I guess,
Oh, no, it's Paramount
It's called
Global.
Paramount. It's Paramount.
I want to talk about your
They're
new...
just billionaires moving us around on a Stratego board.
Yep, and now
Yeah, you're Paramount Global now.
and you're now located at top of the Paramount Mountain, sir.
Yes, you are. I'm going to talk about that in just a sec. I want to know, you must have watched the Super Bowl. Your thoughts before we get into your new adventure.
First of all, Patrick Mahomes, I have not seen someone with that preternatural ability to just...
know, man.
You just knew when San Francisco didn't score a touchdown in overtime that he was going to do what needed to be done. It's really remarkable to see a guy at that. I mean, people forget, I think he's only 28 years old.
28, yes.
Yeah, he is. He's young.
3 seconds, John. 3 seconds left.
3 seconds left. Oh, for the field goal.
Yeah.
Driving it down. Get him into
before-
overtime.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. 3 seconds.
I thought 3 seconds left, and I was like,
Thank you very much.
this
See
is
you
a short
later.
interview. 3 seconds left. I was like, all right.
Good luck tonight.
This has been a lot of fun. Thanks for asking about the Super Bowl.
Okay, but John, I'm wondering if you've missed us as much as we missed you. Somebody writes about you, about Jon Stewart.
Yes.
Jon Stewart was a voice of reason in my generation. It's great to see him returning. There has been no better host of The Daily Show since he left.
That's very kind. I've got some other comments that I've read.
Yeah, he actually is so brilliant, the fact that he knows that was probably some staged-ass email, and he's got real ones, people hating him. That's brilliant.
Do you think Gayle King's a good interviewer?
No, I think she's horrible.
Me too.
I think Gayle King's horrible. I think Gayle King is horrible.
Oprah coattails.
Doesn't matter.
Horrible.
Yep. Okay.
On every aspect.
I agree with that 100%.
If Gayle King wasn't Oprah's best friend, I don't know that her talent would have been able to get her to the
morning program
to where she is today.
But what was
Abusive, but okay.
what went into your thought process about I want to come back and I only want to come back one night a week for now?
Well, I very much wanted to have some kind of place to unload thoughts as we get into this election season. And I thought I was going to do it over at, they call it Apple TV Plus.
Yeah.
It's a television enclave.
That's where we forgot when we were doing Bubba HQ.
Plus.
We should have put plus in there.
Yeah.
Bubba HQ Plus. We should have.
Yes.
Because everything's a plus.
It is. Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
It's like living in Malibu.
We've heard of it, yes.
Yes.
Right.
But they decided that they didn't. They felt that they didn't want me to say things that.
Okay.
Okay,
might
so
get me in trouble.
so you
So
might
you have
say
some things you want to say. Are
that-
you back because you're worried about what's happening in the country?
Not at all.
No.
No, I'm delighted.
You're totally fine.
Everything's going beautifully. No, I just thought, who better to comment on this election than someone who truly understands two aging men past their prime. I mean, that's... look at me, baby.
Not so.
I mean, this is where it's at.
I actually think Jon Stewart would be a pretty good president.
Sorry, it was a different Jon Stewart that was running.
Fair to say you are hoping to have an influence on politics.
Look at that hair.
I don't know about hoping to have an influence, but I'm hoping to have a catharsis.
Now, let me ask you a question. I know that Jay's going to immediately agree with me, but I want everybody to keep an open mind before you just blatantly say yes. But do you think that this is a Democratic plant on a major network? Do you think that this is a liberal? Let me rephrase the question. Let me refresh the question.
Yeah.
Let me refresh the question and make it a little more
clear.
Not so title-ish, but instead, do you think this is a liberal-leaning plant within the media, so to speak, by some special interest group, or just the liberal media in itself planting him as what they're going to put him in a major net on a major network with a major platform to be a liberal plant? Do you think that there's that possibility? Because I've never heard of a retired, and I'm only just telling you what I know, and I know a lot about broadcast, history, so to speak, talk show hosts, opinionated hosts, things like that, from the Morton Downey Jr.'s to to the Jon Stewarts, to the Walter Cronkites, to the Barbara Walters, to that. Very rarely do they retire and then come back. Now, they do retire and come back, but they don't usually retire and come back and are transparent, so transparent that they say, the reason I'm coming back is so that I can lend my opinion on a particular election.
During the election cycle. And
Yeah.
so I don't
Like,
know if he's a
I've never,
plant or not.
I don't know that I've ever seen that.
Here's what I know is that the Biden administration is actively recruiting people to be surrogates that can speak for him because he cannot speak for himself. And so they've tried to get a ton of young social influencers to deal with the millennials. And this guy's clearly here to deal with who? Our generation, me and you. To deal with the people that are 50 and older and say, oh, this guy sounds like a reasonable voice. Maybe I should listen to him.
Well, and he's also got some brand value.
But he just self-promoted himself saying, I'm a guy that understands it all.
I know, but what I'm saying is...
No, he said 2 aging men past their prime, and he pointed to himself.
But what I'm
That was the
saying,
joke.
Jay,
I
is you
understand.
just said, and you were so brilliant, you say, and you're right, but it's to get at us. It's
Yes.
because we know Jon Stewart as a funny, cynical but somewhat sensible side of, usually he took the cynical, funny,
He would hit both sides.
smart-assy side of topics.
He always hit both sides, and you know what
And
it
he
is?
would
is what-
he would fairly call out the Republicans as he would fairly call out the Democrats. He really wasn't on a team, so to speak.
Right, but for Anna, that joke he just said is a funny joke, and for me, it's what it is an attempt, a deliberate attempt to try to compare Trump's mental faculties to the mental faculties of Biden.
Sure.
And that's a theme that we're going to hear
He
for
hates
the
Trump.
next 11 months. And
Yeah.
so this is just another variation of that
So
theme.
you agree with
where
me that
I
this
do.
potentially be a
I don't know about
liberal...
a plant or not, but I think these people are actively going out there and saying, what can I do to get rid of the orange man?
They're strategizing.
Hold on. You don't think that they had to give him if you walk away because you got enough money to retire for the rest of your life, and now you're coming back so that you can give your opinion on this upcoming election. You're doing it one time a week.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be interesting to know what this deal was worth.
25 to 30.
Really?
Ooh.
That's what it's
25
for
one day a week?
for 1 year.
That's
for 1 year?
Yeah, for 1 year. That's the rumors.
$30
yeah.
million for 1 day a week, 1 year.
That's a rumor.
That
so.
is just...
Dude, views are probably so low with Trevor Noah.
That's
no one
only
likes that
48
show.
visits. Oh, no one likes the show with
Yeah.
him or with Sheila, with Samantha Bee. They tried to have guest hosts this year, and it was terrible. The ratings are
and
terrible.
a way to comment on things and a way to express them that hopefully people will enjoy. But as far as influence, I mean, and you guys know this from doing this. I mean, just about everything that I wanted to happen over the 16 years that I was at the Daily Show did not happen. If you were hoping for influence, and I think I've learned that post Daily Show, like sort of.
Well, so what he's trying to do is trying to kind of dummy down his significance.
Yeah.
So that people aren't really mindful that he can make a difference.
He made no difference with Obama, of course, with young people.
Yeah,
no
right.
difference
Kind of
whatsoever.
being lucky enough to watch, activists like as they move to the PACT Act and the toxic exposure bill, like being able to observe.
And he was already gone by the time Trump got there.
Yeah, he in 2000.
He stopped
Yeah.
right at the beginning of it.
Right.
15.
So what I'm saying is he always had friend not foe in the office during the majority of his career, I'm thinking.
Well, he got famous with George
Yes.
Bush, and then he was there. So his 16 years was George Bush and Obama.
Right.
So he had.
And his
That's having
views were probably better when
watching
the
people
opposing
do
party
that.
was in power because he
Right.
could have more
Listen,
fodder to make fun
Rush
of them.
Limbaugh
Yeah.
was
Clinton,
not as popular when George W. Bush was the president, and Bill Clinton made his career.
Yep, absolutely.
Bill Clinton made Rush Limbaugh's career. 'cause
George
you
Bush
can't-
made his career.
You can't
100%.
Bush. You can't bitch about the guy you like.
Right.
Right. And and Jon Stewart made himself relevant through the Obama years by having people like Bill O'Reilly and counter people on his show and having an open dialogue. Before anyone would do that, he was a liberal who would actually have counter views on his show.
Yeah.
He'd usually skewer him pretty good, make fun of him, but he and Bill O'Reilly had many, many interactions for all those 16 years.
Yeah.
I like in television.
Let me.
to,
Is that Orlando? Hopefully. I mean, I'm sorry. Is that Phoenix? Hopefully.
I'll look it up.
like if you can occasionally provide air support to those on the ground who are actually doing the work.
There's your
And so
answer.
I don't view it
Was that? Let me know.
No, it's not.
Okay, perfect.
as I really want to have an influence on this issue, election, things like that. It's what we do.
Yeah.
But you have had some influence when it comes to 9/11 victims, to veterans.
Yeah,
But
that
the
was cool what he
landscape
did.
has changed since you left.
Oh, sure.
And so in a world now where young people get their news from social media, from TikTok, How do you think that is going to change the way you do what you do?
They're just going to take what he says and slices it up and take off.
the high spots.
You know what he said? It's going to be handled by a bunch of video editors like Rhett. They're just going to be like a little chop shop in there, just making little memes and pieces of every.
Like a Chinese
every
factory.
Little, yeah.
Or at least
Which I wish I had.
Yeah, me
Wish
too.
I had about 5 other people working for Rhett.
Mondays.
Just chopping the show up every second.
Yeah.
Trying to find something that hits.
Generally, I will be doing it with choreographed dance moves. So,
All right. So anyway, there's Jon Stewart.
I sent you what CNN said how Jon Stewart's return to Daily Show could impact the 2024
Oh,
race.
no doubt.
Short little click.
I'm sure. I mean, it's. I mean,
if he says something funny on Monday, CNN, MSNBC, and all of the network stations will be playing that Tuesday through Friday.
Right. Let me just sit right here.
Yeah, it's after this ad.
Skip ad.
Going to be returning to the Daily. This is huge news in the entertainment and political worlds. Jon Stewart is going to be returning to the Daily Show. He'll host once a week on Mondays, and the first episode, which Stewart drops,
And reportedly $30 million.
Monday after the Super Bowl
Once
next
a week for you.
month. And of course, this is not only big news in the entertainment arena, but also the political arena. Stewart's someone who is known.
What happened to the Noah guy? Did he Did he just get?
Ratings are terrible with him, so that's probably why the show wanted to bring
those,
back the original host.
really stinging.
I know, but like, does he do anything? Is he doing anything? Did
He
he go
did. He
anywhere?
hosted the Grammys.
Sharp.
Does he have his own show? Anything like
the
that?
Daily Show.
Monologues.
He
that
does
are,
stand up.
All right, he's a stand-up guy.
Yes.
Exposing hypocrisy
Not great.
among politicians. He's really someone who's able to cut through the political noise using humor like no one else. And so this is unquestionably going to have some impact on the 2024 race. He's going to have plenty of material to work with as the election.
I mean, he's kind of. I got to go to words, so I'm not late. He's kind of the blue Tucker Carlson, is he not?
Yeah.
He's kind of the blue.
That's an interesting comparison. Yeah, I would say so.
Kind of the liberal Tucker, a little bit.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen the Tucker Putin stuff?
I'm watching it tonight.
Is it? How do you get it? Do you just go to his
YouTube?
It's just YouTube.
So
huh?
it's over 2 hours.
Also, I think Rogan's exclusive deal with Spotify is over now too, and I think I think Spotify continues to distribute
Host,
the show, but he can now distribute amongst other places too. Rhett, is that how you understand it?
Yes, he renegotiated with them to allow the ability to put the show other places.
And he got what, $250?
I believe so.
250.
$250 million for me, not to do anything exclusive for you, but I'll give you the availability to use to post up the show that I did. But I'm now not just going to just give it to you. I'm going to go back and give it to where I used to give it.
Hey, I want to stay married to you, but I also want to blast other people. Is that cool? Yeah, no problem.
Did you see what Jim Rome did?
Can I pay you to do that?
No, what Jim Rome do?
He's leaving CBS to just do on X.
Really?
Yeah, he's making the move from CBS Sports Network to just X.
Tie me that story.
He's staying on radio though.
And Steven Smith.
He's staying on the CBS radio network.
Steve Smith did
Lummy, you completely missed
And
it.
I just sent you a current clip from last night's show. If you want to send it to him.
The article was literally saying Jim Rome announces moving from CBS to X.
What he said, it's just radio. He's going to stay on radio. It's confirmed he's staying on radio.
Faced.
Okay.
And I just sent a clip to Lumia of the Daily Show from last night, something that's current. If you go with 2:30 in, there's a good joke.
Lummy, would you send
I don't
those
know
to
how to
me?
write stuff from last week.
I feel like Macho Man's inside my head right now, overtaking everything. Lummy, can you get it to me?
I just sent it to you.
Thank you.
I swear to God, screams of pain or screams of pleasure. Nobody really knows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after this.
Send me.
But I just thought it was interesting for him to say, thank you, Joe.
Currently, that's it. Say it.
That's it. Currently.
How we can ask for what we deserve. It was just like a really interesting thing. So.
Does Stephen A. Smith talk politics on this show?
Believe it or not, he's
Let me. Did you get the Cash App, Willie?
Yes,
I believe it.
He comes on and he's
Yeah.
actually pretty honest. Talks about immigration like it's a shit show.
Yeah.
Talks about no bail policies like it's a shit. I mean, he's just coming. He's more like Bill Maher in that sense, where he's come out as just. I think he's a liberal. I don't think he's a progressive. So more reasonable when he hears things. I'm like, okay, well,
Yeah.
I thought he was kind of a dick, and he's really kind of reasonable.
Yeah. Most successful people are. Do I want to make that statement? That aren't in Hollywood? I feel like, especially if like you worked hard and you had to wait in line and you had to do the groundwork, like, you don't like it when people cut the line and just fucking. And he's also from New York, and he's, you know, he sees what's happening to his city. And
He's intellectually honest, which I respect.
mm-hmm. I've heard Steve Harvey say kind of kind words about Trump. Like someone in his audience, was saying something like, "I'm gonna leave the country if he's the president," and he's like, "You're gonna be just fine. Like Trump's gonna keep us safe and da da da."
Really?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it. I did see it on YouTube, I think.
I still can't find that Trump commercial. It's like been scrubbed off the internet.
Maybe I'm trying. That's not. Did I dream this?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, here we go.
Is that before the first one, or is it now?
This is 2024.
Yeah.
He's gonna make America great again. that sounds pretty much like an endorsement to me. Right?
What are you doing?
Let's come down here and see what you're doing.
40, 21. Just get ready to get this show over here. Hold on. 40, 4204.
Oh, and that was like 7.
That's why.
Maybe 1 second.
4204. 4202. Fucking address is wrong. Did you go to Hard Rock last night?
Yeah, what a deal. But Sumo got back, so it's okay. It's okay. Everybody else could have lost everything, but Sumo got it back. And he went after him too, because they had us all beat. It was great.
Scrubbed it. He just about
You
fancy
wired to somebody?
being honest.
You wired to
and
somebody,
like
cousin?
really honest. I think being
I'm
honest
over
can
to
just
get
be
my
like a
money back.
personal thing.
It's
Like I'm
okay.
being honest.
How long
with
were you guys
about
out
how
till?
I'm feeling
Right.
versus intellectually honest and we're talking more about something.
That's not too bad.
Jody and Lee and them came over.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Here we go. Sit down if you want.
I'm cracking my back like this.
What up, Felix Cat? Good morning. I'll match you a crack.
To sleep.
Yeah, better than the night before where I didn't know I was in bed, so.
You didn't know you were in bed.
It always makes it difficult to get a good night's sleep.
You're the world through his prism.
You got a sick and twisted world perspective.
That's almost a challenge for me now.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Mummy, is that a Phoenix, Willie?
No, it is not.
All right, so leave me alone. I don't even know that I have time to break down the Jon Stewart deal. This is from last night. I guess he started his show just
yesterday.
Was yesterday the first day for the Jon Stewart deal?
Yes, it was.
Monday nights.
Yeah, I don't even have time to break it down.
Should we save it for tomorrow?
Or I can do it for Clem Kush.
Nice.
I mean, maybe I should really quickly hit it just to see if
It's a quick joke.
Every aspect of American life ruins everything. But now that it's over, 9 months till the election, people! And the exciting part is we already know our candidates. It's, drum roll please, these guys. That's why tonight we're debuting our election coverage, Indecision 2024, American Democracy. See, it's a homophone. We didn't change the sound of the word, but we added a K, which makes it wittier.
All right, I've seen enough. Perfect. Good for that guy.
Highly produced written jokes.
Great, no problem. Hey, speaking of which, the furthest from highly produced written jokes, Clem and Kush, will be taping that here as soon as I can get everybody out of the studio.
Yes,
and
sir.
it'll be up. What time does he usually get it up? 1 or 2, Lummy?
Something like
Yeah,
that.
about that.
One or two, and then drives us all crazy to put them on everywhere else.
Yeah.
It'll be up on Facebook by later this afternoon as well. Thank you. So we'll see you tomorrow. Clem and Kush on the podcast download. Go to Bubba Army HQ if you like. Or Spotify, Apple, iTunes, iHeart, all that stuff, Lummy.
Of course.
Clem and Kush later on. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish. You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummix.
Co-host, Anna Hummel.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited. We must dissuade him of this delusion. Until next time, always remember.
I repeat.